From ancient Bharat to modern India, education has always occupied a place of prominence in Indian culture and tradition. Nalanda, Taxila, and Vikramshila, the world-famous centers for learning, were the epitome of such education and attracted students from the remotest corners of the planet. Ancient India has given the world wisdom, yoga,
Good morning, everybody. A very warm welcome to this 3-day national seminar on the perspectives on the future of digital education, making education inclusive, immersive, and equitable. We welcome the honorable dignitaries on the dais and the delegates of this seminar on this bright, sunny morning. It is indeed significant that this national seminar, this immersive experience of a conclave on higher education and the digital turn is being organized on a day that the nation remembers Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, the architect of the idea of an inclusive India, on the day of his death anniversary, and a day after we lost Professor Kunyaman, who epitomized equitability in education. On that very sublime note of a dedication to these great intellectuals, let us begin the proceedings of this 3-day event, which is indeed one of the most significant of academic deliberations being organized under the umbrella of the Consortium for Educational Communication, New Delhi, the Educational Multimedia Research Center of the University of Calicut, and the Department of Education and Internal Quality Assurance Cell of the University of Calicut. We are indeed honored by the presence of the most important names and personalities that matter in this juncture of the digital turn that's creating a revolution in the field of education. To welcome the gathering, may I request Sri Damodar Prasad, the Director of EMMRC, University of Calicut, which celebrates its 25th spectacular year of existence. An intellectual who is very much part of the public space where the digital turn is the topic of discussion. May I request Mr. Damodar Prasad to welcome the dignitaries.
Thank you, Dr. Bindu. Good morning to all. Good morning to all. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Jairaj sir, Respected Director of the CEC, Dr. J.B. Nadda sir, esteemed Vice Chancellor of Sri Shankara University, M.B. Naramash, Dr. Pradyuman, Syndicate Member and Member of our Board of Management, Dr. Hamid sir, Academic Coordinator of the seminar, Professor Jose Puttur, Director of IQAC, Professor C.M. Bindu, Professor and Head of the Department of Education, Dr. Shatruda, Research Scientist, CEC and Co-Convener of Seminar, Rajan Thomas, Research Officer of EMRC and General Coordinator of the seminar. It's a momentous occasion for the EMRC because we were given this opportunity by the CEC to host a seminar on one of the driving themes of our times, which is the future of digital education, immersive education, equitable education, and also inclusive education in the Silver Jubilee year of the EMRC. Our tryst with destiny started 25 years before, in the year 1998. I respectfully remember our first director, Dr. Professor Syed Amjad Ahmad, then Vice Chancellor Dr. K.K. Kurup, and also then CEC Director, Dr. G.D. Sharma. EMRC was established as part of a tripartite agreement between the UGC, CEC, and the university. EMRC in this sense is supposed to be a triple engine agency that can tremendously contribute to increase the gross enrollment in the higher education sector. EMRT started its operation in the heyday of analog broadcast medium, and when Doordarshan was the dominant broadcaster. EMRC then were producing documentaries and enrichment programs for higher education that were telecast through the Doordarshan terrestrial telecommunication. The credo of educational communication was to reach the unreached. That credo still remains important. EMRC is now more focused on developing educational contents that can be disseminated through the digital network medium that makes it more accessible. The technological developments have shaped EMRCs, and EMRC, with the guidance and support of the UGC and CEC, in turn have leveraged communication technologies to fulfill the obligations of higher education. From broadcast to new media to mobile apps and platform-based online media to new generative artificial intelligence, the EMRC have not just kept abreast with the dynamic changes in the media technology, but also have harnessed it effectively for the purpose of higher education. Under the leadership of the CEC, EMRC pioneered online education even before the corporates identified this as a profit-generating domain. But perhaps due to lack of advertising and popularization through mainstream media, CEC and EMRCs may not have received the recognition that it actually deserves. However, for the EMRC and also for the CEC, expected or deserved rewards or recognition never was the pull factor, but it was sheer passion and commitment towards the assigned goals that actually drove us. In the 25th year of our establishment, we are proud to say EMRC Calicut is one of the centers that has worked hard to deliver to the expectation of the UGC and CEC by completing the assigned tasks promptly and also taking more activities. The team EMRC, our team EMRC, consisting of very skilled and creative people, have been pivotal in its achievements of developing quality productions and receiving national and international awards and recognition. This was actually made possible by the academic contributions of the faculties, teachers who associated with the center. EMRC is also running a DTS Swayamprabha Channel 8 focused on communication of science contents, and also operating a web portal, higher education web portal. And tomorrow, the center will be launching the higher education app, the first among universities to develop an app for content distribution, and also the first EMRC to do so. Without the support of Vice Chancellor and the university, and also constant encouragement by the CEC and its director, these innovative projects would have remained unaccomplished. Now I'll come to the duty of welcoming the dignitaries on and off the dais. I heartily welcome our Vice Chancellor, Professor Jairaj sir. Being a renowned researcher and holder of many patents, Jairaj sir always gave us an academic perspective to any of the activities undertaken by the center, and we have greatly benefited from this. I welcome Honorable Vice Chancellor to this function. Professor Jagatbhushan Nadda sir, not just a CEC leader, but a leader of all the 21 EMRCs. Our guide and philosopher and many other roles, sir, dawns with respect to our institution. Sir, we are greatly honored by your presence. Welcome, sir, to the inaugural functional seminar. Professor M.E. Narayanan, sir, he is actually our mentor, in the sense mentor. Narayanan was also our former director. Right from the time I joined, I always sought advice and guidance from Narayanan. Actually, it paused after he took charge as the Vice Chancellor of Sri Shankara University. The center acknowledges support of extended to us. I welcome you, Mash. Professor Hamid and Professor Manoj Praveen are the academic coordinators of the seminar. It was a free and creative collaboration. Professor Hamid will be talking to you in detail about seminar. I welcome you, sir. Professor Pratyumnan, syndicate member and member of the Board of Management of EMRC. He will be pivotal in the university support for the EMRC. I welcome you, sir. Dr. Jose Puthu is the Director of IQAC and also the authorized signatory for the university in the Swayam MOOC certificate. He has also developed a popular MOOC for us. I welcome you, sir. Dr. Bindu, Professor Dr. Bindu, Head of the Education Department. Bindu, Madam, support is much appreciated for facilitating the collaboration with the Education Department. I welcome you, ma'am. I welcome Dr. Shatruda, who is a research scientist at CAC, who is also the co-convener of this seminar. Beginning from the proposed stage, he was actually involved in the shaping of this seminar. I welcome you, Shatruda. I welcome my colleague and research officer Rajan, who is also general convener of this seminar. On behalf of the EMRC, I extend a warm welcome to all delegates and who have come for the paper presentation. I welcome faculty, teachers of the university, students, administrative staff who have come here to grace the occasion. Our team EMRC is present here donning several important roles. My cheers and their cheers to my teammates. I also respectfully remember the team members of the EMRC from the beginning who have greatly contributed to the growth of the center. And in particular, I pay my respects to Sheji, who departed us in the year 2009. Now I conclude. May I now invite Honorable Vice Chancellor to preside over the function, also deliver the presidential address.
Professor M.K. Jayaraj, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the University of Calicut, needs no introduction to the academic space of Kerala. Under his able guidance, the University of Calicut has made great strides at the national and international level. As a specialist of nanotechnology, he has made micro-interventions that have created many a change in the macro space. He is therefore just the right person to preside over this inaugural session. Over to the Vice Chancellor of the University of Calicut, Professor Dr. M.K. Jayaraj.
Very good morning to one and all. Professor Jagat Bhushan Nadda, Director CEC, Professor M.V. Narayanan, Vice Chancellor Sri Shankara University of Sanskrit, Sri Damodar Prasad, Director EMMRC, Professor Pratipnan, Syndicate Member, Professor Hamid, Dr. Shatruda, Professor Jose Puthu, Professor Bindu, Sri Rajan Thomas, distinguished guests, delegates, dear participants and students. I'm extremely happy today to stand before you. Damodar Prasad is remarkable. So I congratulate and thank the Damodar Prasad and his team for all the achievement the EMRC has made throughout these years. I'm also happy to note that tomorrow we are releasing the web content. That is also a remarkable achievement. And I have been interacting with Professor Nadda for the last 3 years. And I know the support we received from CEC. And EMRC being one of the best, EMRC Calicut being one of the best, he has always supported us in all our endeavors. And today, we are joining with EMRC and the CEC and Department of Education and IQAC to have a seminar of national importance, perspective on future digital education, inclusive, immersive, and equitable. Today, as all of you know, that growth of technology was not linear. It's an exponential, I would say rather an explosive growth. Today we are talking about quantum computation and quantum bits. 100 years back, and quantum mechanics was there, even Einstein was skeptical about the quantum mechanics. Now we have come to the reality that the action of quantum mechanics in the real world, and we have the quantum computation and quantum bits, and a very primitive form of quantum computer quantum chip was released by the Intel, I think 2 weeks back. So this is the kind of growth of technology during the past. Maybe the exponential growth took place maybe the past 2 decades. Now you can see that the geographical or the gap of space and time has made to zero. You can listen to talks of experts from US or in Japan. I will draw some examples relating to my field, which is physics. When we were studying, the YouTube was not there. We were all depending on textbook, that too Indian textbooks, even the textbook which are the during that days it was all foreign edition, which was not available. So we were to depend on the Indian edition. Now if you look at the campus, for example, the quantum theory and string theory, which are very philosophical nature, the subject itself is a philosophical nature, and it's very difficult to grasp the full depth of its subject. Now the students are listening to Leonard Susskind, is one of the founders of this field. His lecture from Stanford. Everybody can listen at any time. Similarly, the professor of Lewin, whose lectures are more of demonstrative type. These names are very common to college students and especially to university students. And even our Professor H.C. Verma is giving lectures in Hindi, and NPTEL and EMRC. These are made the students any educational content at their fingertip, and the geographical gap is now reduced. Similarly, the students can learn. So it is more of a personalized in nature. And now there are many assistants through groups. Even though if any new things comes, there are groups where you can get assistance. Just like tutorial sessions, you have assistance through these new technologies. Similarly, the augmented reality and virtual reality gives a experiential learning, and also gives a laboratory experiments. You can do this audiovisual realities and augmented realities. Now we are all talking about artificial intelligence and ChatGPT and so on. Again, coming to my own field, last week there was a paper in Nature. It is regarding the ChatGPT or chatbot specific to nanomaterials and material science. As all of you know, when you look back the history of humankind, the progress is through development of materials. We have the Stone Age, then Iron Age, and so on. Now we all talk about age of material science, nanomaterials, and so on. So if you look the periodic table, there are n number of maybe 108 elements which you can combine in many ways. Similarly, we talk about composite materials. For example, you reinforce plastics with some materials, so we call it a composite materials. So how to choose this? Mainly when we look for this composite material, we want to have a special property, better property of each components, which is combined to give a useful and better property. So how to make this materials? You have to depend on thorough literature survey. You have to get knowledge of each material and its properties and so on and so forth. Now this ChatGPT, what they are doing is, they are directing these computers to analyze the specific area of restricting to scientific journals and collect the data, and they will give the appropriate properties and automation of experiments and so on forth. So one of the problem they say is, when you use ChatGPT, there is a probability of possibility of using the language as a hallucinating language and a fiction type language you can get. But in a scientific community, it's not allowed. So they say that they have used these certain words and phrases and assigned the numerical values, and they use this embedded system to decipher the database and come up with a proper conclusion and suggestions. So this is one of the area which I found very, very interesting, especially to those who are working in material science. It's very difficult to find out materials, how to combine them, how to get a better property and so on. So I want to say that, and he also concluded 3 years back, this was a dream. Now it has become reality, and I don't know what is happening after next 3 years. So that is a kind of expansion and growth happening in the digital as well as communication area. So I'm sure this kind of conference, where I have seen the speakers cutting across all the discipline, will give us outcome which can be useful to EMRC as well as CEC when we design the digital education curriculum. I want to conclude one, many of you might have seen one of the advertisement. It is an advertisement of 5-star. They show a university of nothing, where students don't have to read or study anything, just to enjoy the 5-star chocolate. This is the wrong way of depositing the AI. They say that there is no need for human intervention in anything. So that is the gist given by this advertisement. I'm sure that it is not like the way AI will help humanity to achieve more with the intervention of human. I'm not prolonging more. I wish all delegates a nice day in Calicut. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, on behalf of this gathering and the delegates of this conference for the presidential address. A seminar on digitally mediated education should ideally be launched in a digitally amplified manner. And so we have this video marking the inauguration, produced by the EMMRC University of Calicut. Please watch the video as we inaugurate this 3-day conclave. Professor Jagat Bhushan Nadda, the Director of the Consortium for Educational Communication, is an academic and administrator par excellence. A professor of management, he has steered the network of the CEC in the most exemplary manner, forging ties with national and international bodies and enriching the digital content of education in India. We are very deeply honored to have you, sir, to inaugurate this conclave. Over to Professor Jagat Bhushan Dadda, the director of the Consortium for Educational Communication, who's with us, having traveled all the way from New Delhi.
I inaugurate the app which has been created, which will be shown very soon. Good morning to all of you. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Calicut University, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sanskrit University, Kerala, other dignitaries on the dais, sitting there, and all my friends. I don't know what to speak to you today because my role is slightly different as far as this function is concerned, seminar is concerned. I happen to be the chief host. So, in collaboration with Calicut University, one of the best EMRC centers that we have in the country, I congratulate Honorable Vice Chancellor and Damodarji and his team for doing this wonderful job. I also take the opportunity to welcome all of you, and for these 2-3 days to discuss on an agenda which is being discussed by all in this nation at this point of time. Education is a high priority for the government. Rather, I would say the realization, the very fact of realizing that education builds nations is to, appreciated by all of us. The ways are changing. Damodarji was mentioning in his speech that it has been passion with all the difficulties he has been working and bringing this EMRC to this level. Is all because of the passion which he has given as a leader, and all the members of the EMRC who have worked with him very hard to bring this EMRC to this level. You should also be happy that this is the first seminar which I'm having here in Calicut, and I have not chosen other places because I have the confidence in this center quite much. But when he talks about passion, I talk to all my EMRC members that any kind of intervention brings in ripples in organizations. Now, technology is one thing which is gearing up. Honorable Vice Chancellor was talking about technology, artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, and various other technologies. I, being a student of management, would like to see the impact that these technologies has on the organizations. And all kinds of instruments and all kinds of technologies being employed in MOOCs and various other educational content, they may be excellent. But today, 20 years down the line, we can take pride that we laid the first brick of MOOCs and digital technology in this nation. That we are working hard towards it and bringing it on rails and bringing about changes that are needed and expected by the government. However, education is extremely difficult. You know, some of you are teachers, some of you are young students, and we look forward to the young students to come up and because you're tech savvy, you'll be able to perform better as far as technology in education is concerned. But education as such is a very difficult thing. Because, you know, sometimes I feel, I have always said that doing something tangible, maybe, you know, having big machines and maybe working, something which is tangible in nature is always appreciated. But when we talk about education, it is all abstract in nature. When I go to class and teach for about 1 hour, and then I come out from the class and somebody asks me, what have I done? I can't explain. What have I done? Have I contributed towards nation's development or not? The question is, because what I have taught is, well, everybody is able to appreciate, yes, he has worked. But what have I done? And whatever we do today blossoms 20 years later. We don't even know who are our students and how are they performing and what are they doing. So it is the commitment of academics today to get into technology and employ it and use it in development of educational content. Before we go into discussions as far as the seminar is concerned in your sessions, I would just like to give a background of what Government of India thinks. With the new education policy, this UGC, AICT, Medical Council has already gone, and various other pharmacy, there's that, everything will disappear. There would be one organization that would be known as HICI, Higher Education Commission of India. And this would be raised on 4 pillars. The 4 pillars would be, one is the regulatory framework, the other is the academic framework, the third would be accreditation, and the fourth would be funding. Now we are compelled, all universities across India have to follow this procedure, have to follow the regulations, have to follow the academic programs, have to get it accredited, because only then comes the funds. Not only this, we also have a concept of academic bank of credit where we talk about lifelong learning. Where the students, that is the technology which is giving us this kind of advantage to the students. The students can study for 1 year and then probably he goes home for 2 years for his own difficulties or problems or whatever it may be, and he comes after 3 years, he can carry his credit further and then continue his course. Now these are the things which we need to use in our universities now, if at all we don't want our students to migrate to places where they are adopting. Now this is something very challenging. You don't have any choice. Not only here, even getting admission in foreign universities would become difficult if you have not come through the process which the Government of India is proposing. Government of India feels that in 75 years, you should believe me, the gross enrollment ratio of students is 27.1% only. It has got a very ambitious plan through technology. They are dependent on us so much, and your responsibilities has multiplied. They want by 2035, that means another 12 to 13 years, the gross enrollment ratio should reach 50%. Now, if it has to reach 50%, there are 1,100 universities existing in this country. There are about 40 to 50,000 colleges existing in this country. In another 12 years, 70 years it has taken for 1,100 universities to come up and 40, 50,000 colleges to come up. In another 12 years, 1,100 universities and 40, 50,000 colleges are not going to come up. And you are the only way. Digital is the only way. that we can go through, reach the people who have been disadvantaged by economically, socially, culturally, whatever the reason may be, they must get an opportunity to study. We are also translating the content in 12 different languages. So that because, the talent can sprout in a very obscure surrounding also. It is not that only English-speaking people are possibly the best talent. No. There are many people who are in their own languages, they will succeed and do well and contribute towards the nation. It has come, it is our responsibility being EMRC and being CEC who is looking after the non-technical digital education of the nation. That means NPTEL is there only for engineering, and IIM Bangalore is looking after some of the management courses. We are also running management courses, but then they are looking after primarily management courses. And all other courses for UG and PG, it is CEC, and it's 21 media centers that we have across the country are delivering it. We are working extremely hard. I look forward, the kind of difficulties that we grapple. Older generation, very good teachers, they feel shy to make MOOCs. They have never faced the camera. They are not tech savvy. There are any number of difficulties which we keep facing. We look forward that as the younger generation, which is tech savvy, and when they grow with this confidence that they can face the cameras. Today you are addressing 40 students, 50 students, 100 students in the classroom. Here is a situation where you will be heard all across the globe, and probably, and this are degree earning. Not only India, let me say, some of the African countries are also tying up. They're giving respect to our degrees, and they're saying that their students can also take up these courses and get a degree from Indian universities. So we have got a very large role, big role to play. We need to be carrying on with passion, as Damodar was talking about, and I hope we are able to achieve it. I welcome you all once again as the host, one of the hosts of this seminar, and I'm sure the deliberations will show some path to us so that we work towards it better. Thank you very much.
We thank you, sir, for that motivating
I will request them to show a showreel what we do at CEC.
Thank you, sir.
Education has always occupied a place of prominence in Indian culture and tradition. Nalanda, Taxila, and Equitable, the world-famous centers for learning, were the epitome of such education and attracted students from the remotest corners of the planet. Ancient India has given the world wisdom, yoga, Ayurveda, and classical art forms. And today, CEC, Consortium for Educational Communication, has stepped forth to build a digital learning environment to emulate the ancient Indian education system, to provide quality enriched educational resources integrated with human values and culture on digital platforms to the remotest learners. CEC was established in the year 1993 as a pioneer of digital education in the country to address the issues related to higher education. CEC is the national coordinator for SWAM MOOCs and 11 SWAM Prabha DTA channels to address higher education needs through digital media, to take education to the remotest learner. CEC has its 21 educational multimedia research centers, EMRCs, spread across the length and breadth of the country, with more than 400 trained workforce, state-of-the-art equipment and infrastructure. Besides owning the largest digital educational content repository in Asia, CEC has more than 16,000 videos spread across 74 subjects. approximately 24,000 e-courseware modules, over 19,000 short learning objects, more than 30,000 live and recorded lectures, 1,252 massive open online courses on the SLAM platform. CEC has created e-courseware modules based on the UGC model curriculum, moving towards CBCS compliance, developed by Pan-India subject experts, and validated and certified through a two-stage peer review process. It is a complete learning package containing question banks with MCQs and assignments, providing instant assessment of learning outcome. It can be accessed free of cost. CEC has developed approximately 24,000 e-content courseware in 87 undergraduate subjects, covering 4 knowledge streams: art, culture, language and literature, social sciences, natural and applied sciences, and management and other professional courses. CEC's YouTube channel has recorded a footfall of over 5.46 lakh subscribers, with more than 4 crore video views, equivalent to 500 years of watch time, with top 5 viewing countries across the globe being India, Pakistan, USA, Nepal, and UK. CEC's digital content can be integrated with traditional pedagogy through blended and flipped learning, short learning objects to teach concepts, portable e-content, video on demand through CEC web portal, subject-based content provided locally through LAN. CEC's undergraduate and postgraduate MOOCs are hosted and accredited by various educational institutions pan-India. India has the second largest higher education system in the world. However, our higher education system has its own share of challenges, like low gross enrollment ratio (GER) of 27.1% in higher education sector, scarcity of faculty, infrastructure and facilities, redundancy in teaching practices, various socio-economic and geographic barriers, high costs of higher education, learning habits and abilities, universities in production mode, lack of opportunities to pursue interests. Here, CEC has the capacity to address these challenges by carrying out online content activities which include design, development, and dissemination of digital educational content, running of e-courses, and conducting proctored online examinations through National Testing Agency, NTA. So far, CEC has issued 60,736 course credit certificates in partnership with SWAM and various host universities for SWAM MOOCs examination. Further, CEC has begun developing educational content in 12 regional languages to increase the accessibility and reach of its online learning resources to the rural populace of India. Moreover, to create ICT-based learning environment in the country, CEC's Prakriti Documentary Film Festival has gone international. The festival aims at creating awareness and sensitizing people about issues like environment, development, the human rights, and the Swachh Bharat. This event receives overwhelming entries from participants across the world, and CEC organizes its Edu2 and Edu Right competition annually since 2018 on themes of digital education. Every year, the educational video competition is organized by CEC, which converges students, filmmakers, and experts from all over India. At CEC, we empower people with the power of knowledge.
That is indeed remarkable and a visual demonstration of the way in which education becomes becomes interesting and immersive with the digital turn. Thank you, sir, for your wonderful words of encouragement, which gave us an insight into the future of the things to come in the field of education. We look forward to great changes that can take our country to the heights of prosperity, riding on the wings of education. Thank you. It's now time for the keynote address. The Honorable Vice Chancellor, in his presidential address, used the word hallucinate, a word which was used, in fact, which is chosen by the Cambridge Dictionary as the word of the year, referring to the fake news that is often peddled in the age of artificial intelligence and post-truth. Within a fortnight of the Cambridge Dictionary's decision, the Oxford Dictionary chose ris, meaning charisma, as the word of the year. This seminar is indeed honored that the keynote address of this conclave is being delivered by a person who combines both, who, with his scholarship and his contributions in the field of literature and culture, has kept hallucination at bay, and also a person who has plenty of risks. We are honored to welcome Professor M.V. Narayanan for the keynote address. The Honorable Vice Chancellor of Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Paladi, Kerala, Professor M.V. Narayanan.
Professor Jairaj, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the University of Calicut, Professor Jagat Bhushan Nadda, the Director of the CEC, Mr. Damodar Prasad, the Director of the EMMRC, other distinguished guests on the dais, my colleagues at both the university as well as the EMMRC, students, delegates, and other distinguished people. Now that is an introduction which is hard to live up to, but I shall ignore that and get on with the job, I think. Now, it's a great moment of pride for me, having been associated with the EMMRC for a very short period of nearly 1.5 years as its director in charge, to see the kind of progress that EMMRC has made subsequently under the leadership of Damodar Prasad, and with the able participation of all my colleagues who were there at the EMMRC then and now. And in its 25th anniversary, or its 25th year of existence, reaching a position which is enviable in the sense of being probably the best EMMRC in the whole nation. Congratulations to them. I take great pride in that I was associated with that unit at one point of time. On another level, this is also, I think, a moment for introspection. A moment where, especially as the title of this seminar clearly enunciates, we are on the cusp of something that is momentous, that is extremely significant, so to speak, and something that we probably expected to happen a bit later, something that is inevitable, has been expedited and brought closer, thanks largely to the pandemic, the COVID, which put paid to earlier ideas of classroom interaction, and which necessitated to a great extent the, shall I say, inevitability of digital education. I'm sure that this would have come by even otherwise, but as is the case with most crises, this pandemic too, as with earlier pandemics or earlier kinds of such global crises, has had its own advantages, its own positive effects. And one positive effect is to make both educators as well as students who are part of education, as well as governments and institutions realize that digital education is not something that you can wish away, but the digital education is here to stay. But having said that, and having seen what the CEC is actually contributing to the landscape of higher education in the country, there are a few things that we may need to introspect upon. The first thing that we may need to say is that this is a veritable paradigm shift. This is a huge change which will be made possible and successful only if we have the right frame of mind, the right kind of equipment, not just physical or technical, but the right kind of mental and pedagogical equipment to actually confront this change and make it our own. The possibilities are immense, as has already been enunciated here, and as probably most of you are more aware than me, the possibilities are immense, if not infinite. The idea of an unlocated classroom, think of it that way. The idea of simultaneity, the idea of co-location, which was necessary for education at an earlier point of time, that the actual teaching process can take place only at a specific point of time, at a specific place, with the physical cohabitation, if I may use that word, of the same space and time by the teachers and the students, that kind of a system is being put paid to. In other words, what this means, what especially digital education means, is that the process of education, the learning process itself is getting released or relieved from the constraints of time and place, and to a great extent, to the extent of enabling the learner to actually embark upon the journey of learning wherever he is or she is and whatever time he or she occupies. The earlier idea of that physical classroom with its four walls, or probably with no walls, but that simultaneity or liveness itself is getting redefined in such a way that the space, the pace, the speed, the methods of learning has become largely not just under the control of the teacher, but under the control of the student herself. In one sense, this calls upon, as those who are aware of the different learning management systems and platforms, what this has opened up are more possibilities, more avenues, more protocols and methods, all of which in one way or another can serve to enable students' interests, their attitudes to be better served. Even an earlier point of time, or even now to a great extent, we have this one-size-fits-all kind of education, where one teacher provides what he or she can, and without actually taking into consideration beyond a certain point, the differences in aptitudes, the differences in interests in the student community in front of her, what the digital education system actually enables is for different kinds of students to occupy the same kind of learning space, and each student being provided the kind of targets, the kind of objectives, and the kind of learning processes that she or he may choose to have, or that may best serve his or her aptitudes. What this means, effective pursuit, but at the same time, education gets individualized in the sense that each course is not a stereotypical course where everyone is served the same kind of dishes, but as if in a cafeteria where you can actually choose the different from the multitude of dishes that are on offer, and also at the same time decide upon the flavor of the particular dish that you're choosing. What this does is enable the choice of the learner and the way in which and the methods with which she or he can actually employ that learning process for herself. The second aspect, which probably a lot of you have already come into contact with, is that the idea of the connected classroom. A great industrial entrepreneur from Kerala, the beginner of the blood bag system, Dr. Balakrishnan, a few months back when we were in the work of the Shyam Menon Commission, happened to mention to us this idea of the unlocated university. A university which is not located in any specific time or place, or a university which can transcend the constraints or limitations of time and place, or a university which can bring together different time zones and different places together. He was effectively trying to talk about the idea of the unlocated classroom or the unlocated university, or which could also be termed as the connected classrooms, where students from this location get to actually participate in a course with students from another country, from another location, in another time zone, not probably in a simultaneous manner, but in a staggered manner, but where there are possibilities of interaction at the same time, sometimes in real time, sometimes in staggered time. But what this does is to improve or enhance or enlarge the possibility of community learning, where the learning process itself gets to be shared not by 20 or 30 students, but 50 or 500 or 5,000 students, each one being able to make his or her input into the process, thereby enriching the entire process immeasurably. And also, as I said before, this would also imply that each student can set his or her own targets, objectives, and the pace with which it can be done. My daughter, who's a rehabilitation psychologist, happened to take a course offered by Cambridge University on rehabilitation psychology, especially on learning disabilities. The most interesting thing about that course was that there was no clear duration, clear period of time that is defined. The duration depends upon the length of time that is taken by each student to actually complete the tasks, so much so that a person who is employed, who is otherwise occupied, can decide for herself how long to take to actually complete that course. The result being that some people may be able to finish that in a month, another person may be able to complete that in 2 months, another person may be required to take a year. But what it means is that the pressure of learning in terms of time, the pressure of learning in times of periodicity is actually taken away, and the student gets to set his own or her own method of learning. Now, having said this, and I don't think I need to go into the technological aspects of the learning management systems, the Internet of Things, the different digital platforms and protocols available, but there is a few challenges, a few questions that do come before us in this particular process. How are we, by any stretch of imagination, advocating a complete replacement of the conventional or the real classroom by the digital? That is a question that we may need to ask. Whenever there is a change, whenever there is a paradigm shift, what usually happens is that camps are divided into two diametrically opposite ones. One camp which resists this entirely, and the other camp which says this is the only answer. Sometimes the answer lies midway. Sometimes the answer lies through compromises, through negotiation. Am I so advocating, or are we advocating, a total placement of the classroom, the actual physical, conventional classroom, by a digital system? I would warn that that way disaster lies. A total absence of dedicated spaces and times will play havoc with the learning process because it can become an affair highly susceptible to distractions and different kinds of noises. When I speak about noises, I define noises in a number of ways, not just in the sense of listening, but noises that disturb and interfere with the learning process. Especially during the COVID times, as is our own experience, learning from home as working from home is a highly touted affair. But how far can learning from home take place without the disturbance of other elements intervening into that learning process? So even as this unlocated idea of the university or the classroom is there, we also probably need to emphasize that that can go only along with, in combination with, in tandem with actual dedicated spaces and times as classrooms, primarily because learning from home can become a huge challenge. And also because human beings are ultimately social animals. And on a psychological level, visual interaction is not enough. Virtual interaction is not enough. A real physical interaction is necessary, and no kind of visual or virtual interaction can mimic an actual physical interaction. The physical presence inside a classroom with a teacher and fellow peers often leads to an atmosphere that can't be entirely replicated through the virtual means. And that is where, as Professor Nadda so adequately pointed out, probably the way forward is that of hybridity, the blended mode, where depending on the requirements of the course, depending on the disciplinary requirements, the quotient of digital learning and the quotient of actual physical learning or spaced learning or timed learning will have to be decided on the basis of the requirements of that specific discipline or the specific course itself, and also on the basis of the requirements of the students. That being said, there are a few caveats which also need to be taken into account. And I'm saying this, having championed the cause of digital education at the beginning, I'm saying this not in order to come up with a negative light, but because there are grave challenges ahead of us. The first is, of course, the digital divide. Economic disparities, social disparities, caste disparities, locational disparities, the affordability of devices and technology, varying states of access to the internet are all inhibitors to the question of equitability. Now, how can this be solved? Something like that can be solved only through a very dedicated, and if I may use Damodar Prasad's term, a very passionate kind of intervention into it on the side of both institutions as well as governments. The Shyam Menon Commission, which was the higher education commission which came up with formulations for the improvement of higher education in Kerala, has put up an idea of the Charter of Student Rights, that students have rights and those rights have to be respected and those rights have to be clearly followed. And one right that has been included within that, I'm saying this because I was a member of the commission, is the right to the digital device, is the right to digital technology. So a student who comes into a UG course, if she or he is ensured that she or he will have access to a primary elementary kind of a computer or a tablet, which will ensure that she has access to the internet as well as the digital learning platforms, will go a long way in doing that. Now, how much does it cost? We actually did a little bit of costing about that, not much. A cost of between 10,000 to 20,000 will be enough to actually serve a student with a device which is enabled to access the net and primarily enable that student to do all the processing learning processes that are part of an undergraduate education. So that kind of a question will have to be very resolutely addressed by governments and by institutions by providing access in all terms. And for example, most universities right now offer free Wi-Fi, but most often that is actually being accessed through mobile phones. And the mobile phone is a very, very inadequate, inferior device to be actually used as a learning device. It'll have to be upgraded into something much better that gives possibilities for the students to actually work on that device. But an even greater problem is something else, and that's to do with teacher attitudes. Professor Nada spoke about the earlier teachers, great teachers, who are probably not so tech savvy and who probably cannot adjust themselves to the new technological environment. Dear sir, you're right, but you're also not right. It's not just the old teachers. Teachers right now are highly resistant to this whole idea of the digital education. And I speak that from my own experience of being a teacher as well as being an administrator. Teachers are very conservative. They find it much more comfortable to continue on with their staid old ways, the lecturing mode where the decisions are already made, the knowledge is already predetermined, the texts are already set, and what is left is for them to just deliver a package which is already decided upon. The problem there is this. The problem there is that as we are wont to use this term, we have completed our portions. Isn't this a word that we use as teachers? We have completed our portions. The flip side of that is we have ensured that our portion is ready, which is our salaries. By saying we have completed our portions, we seldom ask this question. Yes, we have taught them, but what have they learned? How have they learned? What is their takeaway from this classroom, which is not merely what has been taught there, but in terms of extension, in terms of application, in terms of research, in terms of further creation of knowledge. I was a literature teacher, and one question that I always used to ask was, when I teach a poem, is it just that poem that I'm teaching? Or after I've taught a poem, have I been successful in equipping the student to actually address another poem of a similar kind and without the teacher process that poem or create knowledges from it which can be helpful in the life practices of the student himself or herself? This is what education is all about. It's not about giving fish. It's about teaching them the art of fishing so that they can fish by themselves, so that they can find fish by themselves, and where the teacher becomes redundant. For this, it is absolutely essential that we need to devise new pedagogies and new systems of testing and evaluation that lay store on student creativity, critical thinking, application, and research. It's not an easy thing to do, but it is a necessary thing to do, precisely because any kind of old wine in a new bottle will look nice, but will taste the same and create the same kind of industry whatsoever. Students need to be enabled to be knowledge creators rather than mere receivers of predetermined knowledges. And that is where the question that I posed earlier becomes very crucial. Teachers are teaching, but what and how has a student learned? Has that learning equipped them to approach other problems, other texts, other questions, where they can find solutions of their own, where research and learning or application and learning are not two mutually exclusive compartments, but things that go together, which are organically united. Now that is where the old system of memory-based education will have to be thrown out the window. And along with this, of course, as the CEC or other agencies are doing, when there is a plethora of digital education systems and courses, we will also require to have a set of standards that shall ensure the content and the quality of the courses, and make sure that they actually serve that particular level of education at which it is based, at which it is pitched. That will require clear scrutiny, clear kinds of intervention, and clear course evaluation and teacher evaluation, which are not intended as a punitive measure, but as a measure of feedback and improvement of the courses themselves. Now, my final point, I think I've taken too long, but my final point is about artificial intelligence. One issue, as I said before, is if anything comes as new, there are all kinds of Cassandras crying, oh, cacophony, or disaster, oh, the end is nigh. And the fear that artificial intelligence, and especially the new kinds of chatbots, can further plagiarism and pilferage. Yes, it is true. It's quite true. Not that plagiarism and pilferage is something entirely new, nor created by the digital systems. Plagiarism and pilferage and lack of original thinking has always been there in education. This may enable that a bit more. But what is the answer to that? The answer to that is not the prevention of AI, not the avoidance of the AI, but to employ it in such a manner that you can actually use it for the enablement of critical thinking. A friend of mine who was teaching in the IIT is a philosophy professor. He asked a question to his students as part of the evaluation. Write an essay about this particular question, the way a chat GPT shall give an answer to. And indicate where your answer and the chat GPT's answer would be different. Now, ladies and gentlemen, a teacher has to be creative. Or there are any other ways of actually picking the curiosity, their creativity in such a way that let them use it. It is like the open book exams. The closed book exams were based upon the idea that you need to memorize what is there in the textbooks. Why do you need to memorize? In real life, if you have a problem, you open the Google, you search in a question, you find an answer to that. You go to a library, you take a book and read that and find an answer to that. Why is it that just for the examination, the books have to be closed? Let you have all the books. Let them have all the books that they can have access to. But ask questions which do not expect them to reproduce something that is out there, but to produce something from within on the basis of the disciplinary knowledge, on the basis of the training and the pedagogic exercises that they have gone through. AI is not a threat. AI is a possibility if used properly and if used judiciously. But for that, teachers have to change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for not just showing us the transpositional scope of the unallocated learning space, but also provoking us into asking the questions that need to be asked as we tread the minefield that digital education can become if we walk in blindfolded to critical thinking. Thank you for setting the right tone for this 3-day conference on digital interventions in education. May I now invite Professor Hamid A., Professor of the Department of Education, University of Calicut, a co-host of this conclave, to tell us more about the seminar. Professor Hamid.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Calicut, Professor Dr. M.K. Jairaj sir, esteemed Director, CEC New Delhi, Professor Dr. Jagat Bhushan Nadda sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Kaladi, Professor Dr. M.V. Narayan sir, Professor Padimnan, Member Syndicate, University of Calicut, Sri D. Damodar Prasad, Director, EMS, Dr. Shatruda, Research Scientist, CEC, New Delhi, Professor Dr. Jose T. Puttu, Director, IQAC, Professor Dr. C.M. Bindu, Head Department of Education, Sri Rajan Thomas, Junior Research Officer, Immersive, other esteemed, welcome to the 3-day National Seminar on Perspectives on the Future of Digital Education, Inclusive, Immersive, Equitable, happening from December 6th to December 9th at the EMS Seminar Complex, University of Calicut. I am greatly honored to stand before you to give you a brief note on the 3-day seminar on digital education. Organized by the Consortium for Education Communication, CEC, New Delhi, the EMS Calicut, the Department of Education, and IQAC, University of Calicut, this seminar explores how technology is changing education. Regarding the theme of the seminar, we are in an era of big technological changes in education. The digital age is not just about new ideas, it's making learning easier for everyone. The classrooms of today are witnessing a metamorphosis, evolving from mere support systems to utilizing computers as tools for constructing knowledge. Digital education in India's higher education system is super important. It aims to make education fairer, better, and help students get good jobs. Things like MOOCs have made it easier for people worldwide to access great learning, boosting their skills and job chances. In this regard, the contributions of CEC New Delhi and EMRCs in general are worth mentioning. Our esteemed guest speakers and panelists, stalwarts in their respective fields, will guide us through thought-provoking sessions shedding light on various aspects of digital education. From exploring accessibility and inclusive design to developing into immersive learning environments, personalized and adaptive learning, and the impact of emerging technologies, we aim to chart a comprehensive course over the next 3 days. In today's inaugural session, we have with us Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Calicut, Professor Jairaj Sir, esteemed Director of CEC, Dr. Jagadbhushan Nadda Sir, respected Vice Chancellor of Shankaracharya University, Professor Dr. M.V. Narayan Sir, and other dignitaries. They are joined by other respected guests. Today's special talk on ICT-based, outcome-based curriculum design framework for effective teaching, and we got a Professor Shyamal Kumar Das Mandal from IIT Kharagpur for sharing his insights online. In the afternoon session, we have conclaves into 2 channels comprising various research presentations on diverse topics related to digital education by eminent delegates from different parts of the country. One conclave is arranged in the very same hall, and the parallel one is arranged in the library hall in the central library complex. In the evening, there will be a cool event showing of immersive technology in training using virtual reality and metaverse. We especially invite you to witness that demonstration. On day 2, we'll learn about professional development for learner-centered instructional design with a special talk by Professor Dr. Jayashree Shinde, Head Department of Educational Technology, SNDT Women's University, Mumbai. In Conclave 3, there will be more talks about AI, learning in the digital age, and more. In the afternoon, there will be a panel discussion led by dignitaries like Professor Dr. Jagadbhushan Nadda, Honorable Director CEC, Professor Dr. P.G. Shankaran, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Cochin University of Science and Technology, and Professor Dr. M.K. Jairaj, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Calicut University. The panel discussion will be moderated by Professor Dr. K. Aisha Swapna, Principal, Farooq College, Autonomous, Calicut. Day 3 features a discussion about generative AI and prospects for higher education by Professor Dr. Achut Shankar S. Nair, Director, Center for Bioinformatics, Kerala University, Thiruvananthapuram, and more presentations on topics related to digital education, including accessibility of digital tools and challenges of technology integration in Conclave 4. The seminar is a place for educators, researchers, and tech experts to team up and make digital education even better. Together, let us explore, innovate, and ensure that the digital education revolution in education leaves no learner behind. For those seeking to discover and practice the transformative potential of digital education, we invite you to partake in the enriching experience. Come, join us in the shaping the future of learning. Thank you.
We thank you, sir, for giving us an overview of the seminar and what it promises to deliver. May I now request Professor Pradyumnan PP, Syndicate Member of the University of Calicut and Senior Professor, Department of Physics of the University, to offer his felicitations.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor M.K. Jairaj, the President of this function, and Dr. J.B. Nadda, Director, Consortium of Education Communication, New Delhi, Director of EMRC, Damodar Prasad, Professor M.E. Narayanan, Vice Chancellor, Sri Shankara University, other delegates on the dais and off the dais. First of all, I congratulate Immersive, Consortium for Educational and Communication, CEC, Department of Education for organizing National Seminar on Perspectives on Future of Digital Education, Inclusive, Immersive, Equitable. So digital education, in the present scenario, we know that the technology is the virtual leader of the world. So at this condition, education is also based on technology. So without proper Wi-Fi's and internet connection, it may not be possible. But of course, now our digital India is, we can think that it is in such a condition to exercise digital education throughout India. For this, definitely MMRC, CEC are giving a very good work, and they are our EMRC itself is giving a lot of MOOC classes and other things. We know that India is the second biggest market of MOOC courses next to US. Why? The reason may be definitely the most of the young generations are living in rural areas and they are not getting enough facility for education. In such condition, definitely these digital methods of education will really help for the development of the country, our country, and definitely in the people of rural education. That is why this is really an equitable one. And there is no caste, creed, and other wealth barrier there. So in such scenario, almost all the area of our states and our country are accepting digital education in one way or other mode. But what are the lack of this digital education when we think? We know that human contacts definitely, personal contacts definitely help for education in many ways. But that is lacking in digital education. But of course, now we are thinking of virtual universities and virtual classrooms that may help. So again, the technology is helping in that reason for us. So I'm not extending more. We know that our country, the people, 450 million are in between ages of 1 and 18. Definitely these large mass of people are looking for good education. So in that way, digital education have very good future. Definitely wish you all success for these 3 days national seminar. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. We are indeed honored to have with us the representative of the research team of the CEC New Delhi, Dr. Shatrut. May we request you, sir, to address the audience.
Honorable Vice Chancellors, Director CC Professor Nadda, Director EMRC Damodar Prasadji, other dignitaries on the dais, and learners and researchers of the dais. We are indeed very happy to be collaborating on this event, on this important event with the Calicut University, EMRC, and of course we are also involved. So I would like to briefly share with you that we at CEC would like to be the new force of, that will help usher in the new era of digital education. One thing I would like to share with you that whether we like it or not, the digital thing is going to happen. We have seen this model in case of monetary systems in the form of UPI. The society is going to be digital in all its aspects. The only thing that has changed recently is the introduction of AI that has been sparked through the recent introduction of ChatGPT. So I think we need to embrace the future that holds for us with open arms. We don't have any other option left. So whether we like it or not, I think we should embrace the future, because the future should not present to us as a future shock. We are already adapted. We are new generation that has already been adapting, that has seen technology transitions already. So we are not new to it. So I think we should embrace the new technologies in education. And I agree with you, sir, that you talked about the resistance that we face while we are trying to onboard the teachers on digital education. That resistance is very much visible to us. And that's why, with the help of active patronage and guidance of our director, sir, we are trying to help onboard the teachers on digital education. So we are conducting a series of workshops that help and empower, that help teachers to increase their capacity to adopt ICT-based education pedagogy and the model itself. So we are organizing a series of workshops throughout India. We have organized such workshop in Indore, we have organized such workshop in Goa, and we have in Hyderabad also. So we have planned such series of workshops so that we can facilitate the onboarding of teachers on digital platforms. We are aware of that. And also, I think digital education is the hope for all of us. It's not a matter of technical thing that, of course we want to increase the percentage of, the people who are getting educated, who are getting degrees from the HEIs, higher education institutions. It's also a matter of how we embrace education, how the learning is happening. So we talk about education 2.0, now education 3.0 will come with the help of AI, etc. I think we are happy to, are you people fan of Pink Floyd? Anybody? No Pink Floyd? I think the generation has changed. So there was this one beautiful song, Another Brick in the Wall. We don't need no education. Have you heard that song? Nobody? Pink Floyd? Nobody. That was a different time. That was, we were talking about the flower revolution in the 1960s when we were, trying to repel the disadvantages of the education. We didn't want education as such in the format that was given to us. Now that era is bygone. I think we need to reimagine education. We can learn what we want. It's not thrusted upon us. So we are empowered now. We, the learners, are now more empowered. So I think throughout the three days, the forum will be able to come up with the new ideas. We need new ideas because, frankly speaking, we lack research and thoughts on digital education. Though it happens slowly, but it has been hastened by the recent this COVID thing. So we need to come up with the new knowledge, with new partnerships, so that we can help formulate policies that can be beneficial to all of us, especially in the context of ICT-based education and pedagogies. So I think this forum will come up with the new ideas and new energy that will go up in the making of new and relevant policies. I think I'm very thankful that I'm thankful to the organizers in the dual role of organizing. So we are also organizers and we are also. So I think this forum will come up with the new energy. So I will sum up and I congratulate you, all of you. I think one more thing I would like to share that I think more than 100 papers we have received, and about 1/4 of those papers have been selected for the event. So I congratulate you on that, and I'm hopeful for the wonderful organization of this event. I thank you all.
Thank you, sir. The EMRC and the University of Calicut, we do look forward to longer journeys that we can make with the CEC New Delhi. Thank you. May I now request Professor Joyce Tiputo, the Director of the IQAC of the University of Calicut and Professor Department of Botany, to felicitate this quality initiative of CEC.
Honorable Vice Chancellors, Professor Nadda, CEC Director, other dignitaries, delegates, faculty members, and dear students, a warm good morning to all. Really, this is a moment of pride for Internal Quality Assurance Cell to team up with CEC, EMRC, as well as Department of Education to organize a conference of great national and international importance on the perspectives on future of digital education. And as you all know, the digital education has been accelerated with the pandemic, but now the role has been taken up by the advancement of technology. As already has been mentioned here, the role of AI, ChatGPT, and IoT, Internet of Things, all have taken up the role of enhancing or accelerating the role of mention that now it is a moment to come up with a lot of good ideas so that we can improve upon on this digital education phenomena. Now, as far as IQAC is concerned, whenever we look into the NAC accreditation process as well as the NIRF ranking process, we have seen that they give a lot of importance to the digital education aspect. And I can say proudly that whenever we have seen through the calculations of the points we have achieved for the digital education, Calicut University was always ahead of many of the universities in Kerala as well as in India. And I have to truly congratulate EMRC for this, because he has been always motivating the teachers to come up with good courses, and that is why we have a lot of programs being charted out from University of Calicut by EMRC. Last month, I had an opportunity to participate in the meeting of the nodal officers for the SWAYAM platform, and there I could learn that many of the universities are far ahead in including many of the online courses into their syllabi, and already they have made advancement in credit transfer. Already Professor Nadda told here, now the future of education would be like the students will have the freedom to leave the course at a moment and go for a job, come back, and again take up the courses, earn credits, and transfer it into their credit bank. So that is the way the education transformation is going to happen. So these sort of conferences have a greater role to contribute to these sort of transformations. And I wish that there are a lot of good deliberations are going to happen. From the glancing through the abstract I have seen, there are a lot of good papers are going to be presented here. And I wish all the best for the delegates, participants of this conference, and also wish you a good time over here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The presence of Dr. C.M. Bindu, Professor, Department of Education, University of Calicut, the co-host of this event, is reminiscent of the importance of equitability in education. May we request you, ma'am, for your words of felicitation.
Respected Honorable Vice Chancellors, Dr. M.K. Jairaj sir and M.V. Narayanan sir, then CRC Director Nanda sir, and other eminent scholars on and off the dais, and the different delegates from different parts of our country and from our university. Our time is too late, so I will take only 2 minutes for my presentation. First of all, I express our sincere thanks to EMMRC and CRC for associating us for the academic collaboration in this seminar. I think this topic, perspectives in digital education, is something that needs to be discussed in this time. All the key talks to be covered in these 3 days of this seminar are very, very relevant. The future of digital education holds tremendous promise and is likely to be shaped by various technological advancements, pedagogical shifts, and societal changes. It's sure digital technology can personalize learning experience, and it provides real-time feedback and adapt content to individual student needs, and it facilitates collaboration among students, teachers, educators, and experts, globally cross-cultural understanding in diverse perspective. Digital education plays a pivotal role in shaping the landscape of modern education and preparing the individuals for success in the digital age. While challenges persist, ongoing developments in technology and pedagogy hold the potential to transform education on a global scale. And I hope that this 3-day national seminar help us to understand how digital education can be used effectively and safely. On behalf of our department, the Department of Education, Calicut University, and I personally, I extend my best wishes for the resounding success of this 3-day national seminar. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Before we move on to the vote of thanks, may I request the director, Sri Damodar Prasad, to hand over mementos to express our gratitude and appreciation to our guests of honor. We acknowledge the contribution of the artist, Sri Tholil Suresh, a friend of the University of Calicut, in adding his creative and personal touch to the mementos to be handed over to the Vice Chancellor, the Honorable Vice Chancellor. A round of appreciation for that wonderful work of art. A token of appreciation now for Professor Jagat Bhushan Nada. Applauding the sincerity of that beautiful replica, we move on now to the vote of thanks to bring the official part of this inaugural session to a close. May I request Sri Rajan Thomas, Junior Research Officer of the MMRC, the University of Calicut, to propose the vote of thanks.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. M.K. Jairaj, sir, Honorable Director of the CSC, Professor Jagat Bhushan Nadda, sir, very respectful Vice Chancellor of Sri Shankaracharya University, our dear M.B. Narayan, sir, our respectful Director Damor, sir, respected Syndicate Member Professor Padyamnan, sir, IQC Director Professor Jose Puttur, sir, and our beloved Shatrudha sir, then the head of the department, Professor C.M. Bindu ma'am, and our dearest Hami sir. I know we are already late by 20 minutes, so I am directly entering to the duty assigned to me. So first of all, I wish to say our sincere thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, who is celebrating the position of chair here. Professor Jairaj sir is a well-wisher of MMRC. He is always guiding us with his vision and good advices. We are very happy to give, I am very happy to give thanks to him on behalf of MMRC and CEC. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your kind words and presence here. Then on behalf of MMRC and University of Calicut, I extend my sincere thanks to Professor Jagat Bhushan Nadda, sir, the Honorable Director of CEC, for his kind presence, encouraging words, his vision which he shared with us about the future education scenario of our country, etc. I express my sincere thanks to him for his kind presence and beautiful words. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Then as next our dear Professor M.B. Narayan sir, as everybody mentioned, he was our, when I joined here 12 years back, he was our director, and so I have received a chance to work under his direction and guidance for MMRC for a short period of 1 year. I am very happy to extend our sincere thanks to M.B. Narayan sir for his kind presence and words. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. The next, our respectful syndicate member, Padyamnan sir. He's a person who is always having good relation with MMRC, and he's always supporting MMRC. He's also a well-wisher of MMRC, as my understanding, according to my understanding. I am expressing my sincere thanks to him for his presence and words here. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Then our dear Professor Jose sir. Jose sir, actually, he's always in contact with our MMRC. He's with his guidance and cooperation, we have developed a very good MOOC in the subject of biotechnology. He's also participated with the MMRC in many other protections like DTH and DTH, MOOC, e-content, etc. So, as a family member of MMRC, I would like to express our sincere thanks to our beloved Jose sir also. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your kind presence in this occasion and words. Then next, as next, Professor C. Bindu ma'am, the head of the department. The Department of Education is always cooperating with us. I think it's just like the relation between the Education Department and the MMRC is like a it's kind of a friendship relation because as far as I understand, almost all the faculties from the Department of Education has cooperated with us to develop different kind of productions. So I extend my sincere thanks to Professor Ma'am for her kind presence here and words. Then the senior scientist of CEC, Dr. Shatrudha. As you know, he's a very silent and calm, quiet, soft-spoken person, but he's very active in CEC as a research scientist under the guidance of Honorable Director of CEC, Professor Jagadbhushan Nadda sir. He was with us from the base itself for the designing of this seminar. On behalf of EMRC and University of Calicut, I extend the sincere thanks to sir also. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Then, as the next, the Professor Hamid sir. Hamid sir is like a good friend to not for the MMRC, for all of us. I think he had developed. We could develop 3 MOOCs in the subject education with his help and proper guidance. That MOOCs are in the SWAYAM platform now. It's very, that MOOCs are getting very number of enrollments. He was also, he and Professor Dr. Manoj Praveen sir also with us from the base of the designing of this seminar. These 2 persons are the academic coordinators of this seminar. So from the bottom of my head, I am Professor Hamid sir and Manoj sir on this occasion. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Then then our dear Director Damodar Prasad sir. Actually, I don't want to say thanks to him, but I have to say one thing. He is the real driving force behind the all success that we have gained in the past 10 years. We gained many awards, many achievements in state level. We received many IT Mission awards. We have received very national level awards. And I think, understand from the words of Honorable Director of CEC, understand the MMRC of Calicut is in the first position among the MMRCs in India. So as part of the officiality, I express our sincere thanks to Damodar Prasad sir also. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Last but not least, I wish to express my sincere thanks to all the delegates who came here from far and near places of India. I understand that you might have faced some problems for your traveling and for after you reached here, but your kind cooperation, your kind presence are very encouraging to us. We are expressing our sincere thanks to all of you. And many research scholars, students from other departments, education department, and students from other colleges and universities are also present here to hear and to participate in the seminar. I express our thanks to them also. Once again, I express my thanks to all of you. Thank you everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And before we disperse the tea, we just have one more short presentation. We request the dignitaries to be seated for 2 minutes more as we present this video on the Immersive Calicut.
Thank you.
as we get ready to explore the unexplored or the woods of digital education. We look forward to great deliberations over the next 3 days, and we bring the curtains down now on this inaugural session. We break it for tea, and we will reassemble at 12:50 for the remaining sessions. Thank you.
Thank you. Tea is arranged.
On the topic, ICT-based, outcome-based curriculum design framework for effective teaching. So please.
Okay, thank you very much. So first of all, I'm apologize that I am unable to attend that in physical, but I think today, since the technology is available online, so let's take for 1 hour. I will take regarding this thing, and I am assuming that all the participants are faculty members or my colleagues. So what we'll discuss that we discuss how the technology can be used for effective teaching. So let's first start with that. What kind of problem we have in today's education system? We call it is challenge in 21st century education. That most of the teachers, or I think all of you are teaching and you are facing this problem, the student engagement. Most of the cases and most of the complaint from the teacher receive is the students are not attending the class. So, and if I ask the students why you are not attending the class, they said, sir, give me 2 reasons why should I attend the class. Because teacher is coming in the class giving a presentation which is already available in the Google. So why should I come to the class? And also most of the students thought that before the exam, if it is general education one month, if it is semester-based education, 7 days study is sufficient to clear the exam. So why should I study throughout the semester? So this is the biggest problem for all the teachers. How do I engage the students throughout the semester or throughout the year? The biggest problem. Most of the cases, that if you ask the students why you are not reading the hostels or home before you coming to the class, their common answer is that, sir, unless I attend the class, I do not know what teacher will cover. That's why I am not reading in the hostels. And once I attend the class, I find out teacher is presenting a material which is already available in the Google. So why should I come to the class? So as a modern 21st century teachers, I have to find out a methodology, or I have to find out a pedagogical principle by which I can engage the students throughout the semester. Next problem is, today most of the students say that, okay, you have no Schrodinger equation, you know law of thermodynamics, you know many physics, but that is not sufficient. In the today's world, we are saying skill-based education. They have to develop certain skill and attitude so that they can compete in the society. Think about why a person will admit in a university or institute. What is the purpose for that? The purpose is to develop certain skill which doesn't exist on him or her, and also some skill they want to excel, or some skill they want to modify it to the some other level. So unless they develop the skill, only piece of paper of the degree doesn't give them any value in the society. If I show you one slide that most of you agreed that, okay, this kind of education in this side we do not want. We want this kind of education. Many people said education should be joyful. Nothing like the joyful in education. The purpose for education has to be shifted. What today we are doing, today most of the education in university level, school level, even institute level, including premier institute, we are saying you have to know physics, you have to know chemistry, you have to know sociology, you have to know thermodynamics. So many things you have to know. But next question, after knowing all those things, what should I able to do? Is nobody speaking. If you go to any school, I think most of you have a kids in your home. There should be a model question, model answer. In any education system, is there any model question and model answer? What do you mean by model question and model answer? Question is nothing but testing the skill. There is nothing called model question and model answer. And see that all the school, all the colleges, everybody rely on note. There should be a note. Oh, you have not able to answer this question. Yesterday night you have read that. What is the use of that kind of education? No use. If you remember, I think most of you are familiar with the Bengali literature, that if you remember the Tagore opinion about that education system, that time, long back, what he said? He said, we are carrying education. Education is not carrying us. But the purpose for education is to improvement of the society. Or I can say the purpose for education in a term is called producing a skilled labor. Nothing else. So he realized that time the education what we are getting, who said this, why said this, when said this, write an explanation, write a short note on this. What is the use of those? Yes, those are essential, but not sufficient in case of education system. So as a teacher, I have to know how do I develop the skill and positive attitude among the students. Then how do I allow continuous improvement in curriculum? Today everybody said we have a university, we have a curriculum revision committee. After every 5 years they will revise the curricula. It doesn't matter. 5 years is a very long time. Every day the material is changing, content is changing for different education, different subjects. So there is a continuous improvement of the curricula is very much essential for any subject you have taught. Whatever the subject you have taught, the topic you have taught this time may not be appropriate for the next semester. You have to, some modification is required. So can I continuously improve the curriculum? How do I do that? Then how to ensure examination system reinforce teaching and learning? All of us take exam. If I ask you why we take exam, most of the answer is that sir provide marks. How the students, I have to test whether the students will learn or not. What is the purpose? No use. Think about a practical example. Suppose a doctor prescribe for you to check your blood sugar, and you go to the lab and you analyze your blood sugar, and the lab report said that your blood sugar is 320. Is it end? Unless you show that value to the doctors, a doctor prescribe the medicine and you take the medicine, then only the system is closed. So examination is not to provide marks to the student. Then we have to know how that examination system will reinforce our teaching and learning. How do we do that? I just give you a simple example on it and then I'll move. So what is examination? Why you take the exam? So there are two kind of system we said in examination. We said assessment and evaluation. If I ask you what is assessment and what is evaluation? Participant, can you answer that? What is assessment and what is evaluation? Anybody from participant side? It must be interactive so that we can learn together. I am not delivering a keynote like a philosophical lecture. What is assessment and what is evaluation? Anybody? Okay. So the interaction, you can use the mic. So okay. Let's say not going. It will be better to make it interactive. So I will say that unmute it, and give to the mic to the participant. Okay? Yes. What is assessment and what is evaluation? Anybody?
Hello. Assessment is a continuous process of a learner throughout the year, but evaluation can be at the time of activity. That is the big difference in the assessment. Suppose.
So can I? Yeah. So if I say that a semester exam is assessment or evaluation?
Sir, evaluation.
Evaluation. No, it is not correct. That is the problem. So what is assessment? Okay, now you are muted. So what is assessment? The assessment is a process for collecting evidence about learner competence. So any exam, whether it is semester exam, whether it is class test, whether it is quiz, whether it is whatever the exam you have taken, all exams are assessment. Then what is evaluation? Evaluation is based on the collected evidence. When you quantify the learner competence, that is evaluation. That's why evaluation required a matrix. So assessment is a procedure to collect evidence about students' competence. And what is evaluation? Based on the collected evidence, when you quantify the student's competence or learner competence, that is evaluation. So it is very wrong that continuous evaluation is assessment and final exam is evaluation. Not at all. So there is two kind of assessment I can say. One is used for certify the students and one is used for continuous improvement of the students. But all the assessment must be based on the criteria. What is the criteria? Criteria is the course outcome. At the end of the course, what students will able to do is called course outcome. So let's say I want to certify the students at the end of the year and I have a 5 course outcome. Out of 5, if a students achieve 4 and if all outcomes are equal weightage, then my competence level will be 4 by 5 into 100. Now, let's say you have find out after the exam is over, all of us provide marks only. We never check the copy again to find out what is the common mistake by most of the students. So let's say you find out that 80% of the students doesn't achieve the outcome number 3. Then as a teacher, what you will do? So that means I have to evaluate the effectiveness of the instruction. That means I have to change my teaching learning process because my teaching learning is not sufficient to develop the outcome number 4. So that is called reinforcement of teaching and learning. Then you said, what is continuous evolution? People are today are very much aware about the continuous evolution. Most of you take class test. Most of the teachers take class test. How many class tests? No, I have to take 2 class tests. Oh, this year I will design a class test question paper. Nobody get out of 15. Then we take a class test. Oh, you got 7. Oh, you got 0. What is the use? Then what is the purpose for evaluation? It may be a class test, it may be a quiz, doesn't matter. It is not used for certification. It is used for find out the student misconception and provide remedial lessons. So purpose for periodic assessment, which is called formative assessment, as you know all of us, the purpose is to find out the student's misconception and provide remedial lessons. So assessment, unless you use in reinforcement of teaching and learning, this is not only the function of assessment. So examination is not to provide marks to the students. It is to find out the student misconception and provide remedial lessons. That is important for the teacher. So when you design a class test question paper, your question must be based on the student's misconception. For example, let's say I ask you that, let's say I said I want to test the class 3 students or 4 students, what is the value of 2 to the power 5? What are the possible misconceptions? Possible misconception, one of the students can add these two numbers, some students can multiply by these two numbers, and some students can give correct answer. So if I find out that some students are adding these two numbers, then I can identify their misconception and I provide their remedial lesson. So assessment is not that, okay, you got 15, or you got 14, or you got 0, you got 12. It is not the purpose. It is the reinforcement of teaching and learning. There is a lot of things is there. I am not covering that part because that is another lecture which is called assessment and evaluation. I am not going details on it because that will deviate it from my, just read it, or they will come a piece of paper and write down the answer. This is not the purpose. Purpose is I have to ensure they are able to answer by themselves. So that is self-learning ability. How do I develop that? Next question is very prominent question. It is applicable to everybody. How to teach a large classroom? Again, I will go to you. Unmute the mic. Again, I want to ask a question. What is the teacher-student ratio for best teaching? Anybody? What is the teacher-student ratio for best teaching?
One
is to 30. Anybody else? Anybody else?
Sir, it may vary level to the learner also.
Okay, now what is your opinion? 1 is to 15, 1 is to 16, whatever.
One is to 30.
1 is to 13. Now if I ask you, justify why not it is 1 is to 15 or why not it is 1 is to 18, why not it is 1 is to 21? Justify your answer. Okay, mute it. So that what is the teacher-student ratio for best teaching? I think all of you have learned about the learning theory, Bloom's taxonomy and learning theory. Most of you have a knowledge. So what is learning theory says that? Learning theory says that best teaching happens when the delivery of the instruction matches with learner learning style and learning approaches. That means if I am teaching somebody, my delivery of instruction, if it is matches with learner learning style and learning approaches, then the best teaching happens. Then for best teaching, what is the teacher-student ratio? 1 is to 1. Because if I have a class, 30, 40, 100 students, everybody's learning style, learning approaches is different. So I cannot scatter to every student. So best teaching will not happen. So as per learning theory, best teaching happens when it is 1 is to 1 is the teacher-student ratio. Now 1 is to 1 teacher-student ratio, can I make it in a classroom? Impossible. Then the question is come. Physically, I am unable to make 1 is to 1 teacher-student ratio. But can I use technology and pedagogy to make it 1 is to 1 virtually? So what is education technology? The education technology is the technology by which I can virtually make it 1 is to 1 teacher-student ratio. Today there is a name called personalized learning. All of us know that. Baichu says that we have personalized learning. What is personalized learning? Virtually making 1 is to 1 teacher-student ratio. So can you make it virtually 1 is to 1 teacher-student ratio? That is the important question. So, whole purpose of research in education technology, whole purpose of research in teaching pedagogy must be focused to make it 1:1 teacher-student ratio. Now, if I say that, I have raised many questions in this slide. Engagement, skill development, continuous improvement, reinforcement of teaching learning, lifelong learning in large classroom. How do I solve this problem? Is there any methods to get the answer of any one of these problems? I am not showing you the PPT. PPT is not that much important. I can share it. Forget about that. Just discuss. So is there any solution for those questions? Unless I have the solution of those questions, I cannot say that my teaching is effective. The next dimension which I want to discuss, that all of you have a know that university has a NAC accreditation, engineering institute has a NBA accreditation. Now, what is accreditation? Is it a piece of paper which is required by a MHRD to certify, or you are a NAC A++ accredited? You become accredited. What is the purpose for accreditation? Ask the questions, because how I say that? Okay, you prepare a form and submit to somebody else. He said, oh, you are a A+ accredited. Is it A+ accredited? Who required accreditation? University does not require. The accreditation is required by the students. So unless I am implement accreditation in the classroom, then what is the use of accreditation? No use. It is a piece of paper only. So I just give you one question. Let's say, I think pen is visible. Let's say you want to buy this pen from Amazon. What do you look for? So most of you look for review. Out of 5, 4.5 is the score. What is that? The measuring the quality of the product by subjective opinion. So can I measure the quality of a university? That means university, what is the product of the university? It is nothing but a program, output of the program. So can I measure the quality of the program subjectively? Yes, very easy. That's why IIT is already developed. IIT alumni is established their credential. That's why many people believe IIT programs are good. It's a subjective opinion. Now, subjective opinion is not acceptable for everybody. Today, you buy a Peter England shirt, which is, you thought the Peter England band is very good, but today the quality may not be that good. So, how can I objectively measure the quality of a product? That is parameter. Then we said the length of the pen, color of the pen, how it is right. So all of the parameter has to be defined to determine the objective evaluation of that product. So suppose same thing I want to use for your program. Let's say you produce a BS physics or any program or in civil engineer or graduate pass out students. So I require certain dimension. So those dimensions are defined by the accreditation body. They said, okay, I am said that I am a BTech civil engineer. Why society will accept me as a BTech civil engineer? Because I acquired certain skill which doesn't have by the common people. That's why I am a BTech engineer. So based on the industry requirement, based on the societal requirement, accreditation body defines certain skill set which has to be acquired by a students pass out from that program, and that is called accreditation parameters or accreditation attributes. It is not that you have to read physics, you have to read chemistry, you have to read thermodynamics. Not like that. You have to develop certain skill. So how another skill which is called outcome. Let's say all of you have you are admitted in a motor training program, motor drive training program, and you admitted in the training program. They said at the end of the 2 months, you know what is power steering, what is clutch, what is brake. Are you able to admit there? Why? Unless I able to drive the car on the road, why should I attend that program? So a student is admitted in your class. What purpose? Define thermodynamics, know thermodynamics principle, define Newton's law of motion for that purpose. Those are essential but not sufficient. So at the end of the course, what should I able to do? What skill I am developed? That is important. So that's why any accreditation parameter you can see, that none of them are that you have to know physics, you have to know chemistry. All are set skill, 12 skill. NBA or Washington Accords has a 12 skill. 5 are domain dependent and 7 are domain independent. I am not going details of that. So now the problem is, what pedagogy or what kind of FDP we should organize, or what kind of change we should introduce on the teacher, so that we are able to implement accreditation in the classroom and also solve the question which I raised in the first slide. How to improve student engagement, how do I develop their skill, how do I examination will reinforce the teaching learning, large classroom teaching, self-learning. So for all the purpose, I am not going details on accreditation, for all the purpose, there is a methodology which is called outcome-based education. Now all of you are also know that there is a lot of lecture maybe happen on the learner-centric approach. The word is called learner-centric approach. Flip teaching, game-based learning, project-based learning, scientific augmentation, blended learning. But if you see that, let's say I am not showing you the slide because I cannot see you if I show the slide. Now let's say flip teaching. Everybody knows the definition of flip teaching. But if I ask you, how do you implement in the class? How do you implement in the class? What to flip? Game-based learning. Everybody knows we have to develop the game. Is it possible to develop all the game for every concept for all your subjects? Project-based learning. Are you able to develop the project? Not use none of the technology for our purpose. Blended learning, game-based learning, nothing can be used. So my whole topic is how to define the curricula precisely so that I can use all those technologies, which is called outcome-based curriculum design. Now what is outcome-based education? Everybody knows the education systems is there. Then what is outcome-based education? I should explain the outcome-based education using this slide. I think most of you have read this book. Okay or not? Alice in the Wonderland. If I ask you what is the philosophy of this picture, anybody? What authors try to explain using this picture? I am not showing the slide. Anybody? Okay, let's stop it here. Not make it interactive. I'll give you the end. Okay. Yes.
This is to give the feel to the student visually, and he can. It's a reading by the visual representation also, so that will take him to the reality.
Yes. So I just explaining the philosophy of this picture with respect to the OBE. Let's start. So what is that? If you read that book, what is written? A girl standing on a junction of path. A girl standing on a junction of path. He asked the cat which path she supposed to take. Cat replied, "Where do you want to go?" Girl said, "I do not know." Then cat take any path, doesn't matter. So unless you define your goal, it is very difficult to achieve the goal. Okay or not? So outcome-based education says that the role of the teacher is to define the goal. So what is the role of the teacher? Role of the teacher is to define the goal. What is the goal for the student? How to define the goal? Am I individually define the goal? I cannot. I have to define the goal as per the requirement of the society. That's why the accreditation will come into the picture. Now, why teacher has to define the goal? You may say it can be done by MHRD, some expert can define the goal and every university will follow it. Not at all. There may be 100 program on computer science and engineering. Is the 100 program is same? Not at all. Every program has its own purpose. So the target which you define must be changed as per the requirement of that program. In simple example I can say, again I am on to see your face. Simple example. Suppose you have a throat problem, you have a throat infection. If you search in the Google, you get 10 antibiotic name. You go to the market, you can buy any antibiotic, you take it. But you do not do this. Why? Because you know that if I have a throat problem, azithromycin is the antibiotic. But then also I cannot take it. Why? Because I do not know what is the correct dose of that antibiotic. I have to visit to the doctor, and based on the doctor will assess the level of infection, and based on that he define the dose. So today let's say take a subject called analog electronics. I am an electronics engineer, so the example will be here. So let's subject analog electronics. If I search in Google analog electronics, I get thousands of pages. But what is not defined? It is not defined that as a BTech electronics engineer, how much analog electronics is essential for this kind of program. For Calicut University, BTech electronics engineer, this much of analog electronics is essential. Because every university, the purpose is different. That's why their syllabus will be different. There is nothing called that we call the modern syllabus, or nothing called example syllabus. You just copy the syllabus of MIT, you never become MIT. So depending on your input, depending on your resource, you have to define your target based on the requirement of the accreditation, and then every teacher has to set that target. Then what is the role of the teacher? Role of the teacher is not to teach in the class. Role of the teacher is guide and mentor the students to reach the goal. You go to the class, and from the first minute to last minutes, facing back to the students, deriving second order differential equation in the blackboard, and the students will do Facebook sitting in the bench. That is not teaching. You have to define the goal, and who will reach the goal? Students, not teacher. So the learning is learner responsibility, not teacher responsibility. Teacher is only for guide and mentor the student. So that's why our ancient definition of the guru is more appropriate. If any guru says that I will take you to the God, nobody. Every guru says that I will show you the path to reach the God. So I as a teacher, I should say the students, this is your target, you have to achieve it, and those are the paths to achieve it. I am there to guide and mentor you to achieve it. Now most of the teacher main complaint is that, sir, in my class students are not coming in the class. Is it fault of the teacher or is it fault of the students? It is fault of the teachers. Why? The more the primary objective as a teacher is you have to motivate the students. See example of gurus. You know that lot of gurus are there in our society. Some guru has thousands of disciples. Some guru has a few disciples. Why? The guru who can motivate the people, they have thousands of disciples. So as a teacher, if I am able to motivate the students, I should have thousands of students. All students should attend my class. So I have to know how to motivate the students, not derive the Schrodinger equation in the blackboard. That's why teacher is called friend and philosopher of the students. So outcome-based education says that you should define the target and guide and mentor the students to reach the target. Now, how do I design an outcome-based curricula and how it is different from existing syllabus? Let's say I show you that part. I'll demonstrate because the time is not that much is there. So I will demonstrate only the example part. Development part, I think you can get it from YouTube video of my lecture, which is called Accreditation and Outcome-Based Learning, available in the Swayam platform. Lot of things are there. So I just demonstrate, if you develop this kind of curriculum, how it can affect your teaching and how it can improve student engagement, how it can solve the problem which I said in the slide. Let's say, is it my screen is visible to all of you? Is my screen is visible to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's say I have developed an outcome-based curricula. What outcome-based curricula contain? Outcome-based curricula contain course overview. Here course objective means outcome. Course outcome and course level problem. And then each course is derived in a chapter. So each chapter is called module and each module has a lecture which is called unit. You may differ the terminology, but I am explaining that's why. So unit means lecture, module means chapter, course means as a whole. So at the end of the course, students should able to do this. That is course objective or course outcome. And what is course overview? Most of you will say the course overview is nothing but regarding the coverage of the course. It is not true. What do you do in your first class of your lecture? You have to motivate the students. Again, I am giving an example. How do you motivate the students in your class? Again, I am giving an example from literature which is written in, let's say, 150 years ago. That time, if you heard the name of Sukumar Ray, I think there may be Bengali students are there, or if those who have read the Bengali literature, they know the Sukumar Ray, who is the father of Satyajit Ray. What he read, he write a poem, very good poem. A learned person ride on a boat and he asked the boat driver, sir, are you know, the boat driver, that are you know how the sun is raised, how the moon is raised, how the tide is come? And then the boat driver said, no sir, I do not know, I have not studied. Then the learned person said, your life is hell because you do not know anything. But suddenly there is a storm and boat supposed to sink. And then boat driver asked the learned person, sir, are you know swimming? Then boat driver said, no. Then the driver said, your life is hell now. So in the first class, you never said that you have to know thermodynamics first law, you have to know thermodynamics second law, you have to know thermodynamics third law. Not like that. You have to know what I have to develop to know swimming. So course overview must have two paragraphs. One paragraph should contain the coverage of the course. One paragraph should contain how do you motivate the students about the course. So you develop that part and that is available. And then the students know what is the course outcome. Then everybody goes to the module, module overview, module outcome, module level test item, So all those things are developed and it is given to the students before they come to the class. So every course must be developed in a structured manner which is outcome-based curricula and give it to the students before they come to the class. Then what you do in the class? Now I said, let's say I said tomorrow I will take the class of lecture 1. Lecture summary is given, lecture outcome is given. Outcome means what I expected from the students. Lecture 11 problem is given, what kind of problem they have to solve is given. Now I ask the students, become prepared for my class. Now none of the students can complain, I do not know what topic teacher will cover in the next class. Every student know what topic will cover in the next class, what is that summary of that lecture, what outcome of the lecture, and what kind of problem they have to solve. Then what you do in your class? Instead of delivering same information in the class, you just take 20 minutes to just clear the concept. And rest of the time use as a problem solving. Write a problem which requires that concept. Ask the student to solve it, which is called flip learning. The methodology is called blended learning. So unless your curriculum is defined, you cannot do this. So I have solved the student engagement problem. Next question I have asked, skill development. I said the outcome, whatever you written, is nothing but a skill. Every outcome is a skill. It is not that write a short note on this topic. If you ask this question, that is useless for any after 10 plus 2, any students, any program, it is useless. Describe this, explain this, essential but not sufficient for your course. Describe, they have to know, but that is not sufficient. You admitted in a driving school, you are able to describe what is clutch, but you do not know how to drive the car on the road. The purpose of the driving school doesn't solve it. So whatever the course you have taken, you have to think what is the major takeaway by the students from your course, which is called course outcome. Unless you define that very precisely, what is the outcome? Outcome is nothing but a statement which is specific, measurable and achievable. And there is a very much scientific procedure to write down the outcome. It is not arbitrary, which is called instructional system design principle. ISD principle is used to write down the outcome. And there is a very good laid down methodology to write down the outcome. So we should organize a training program for the teachers, how to use the ISD for write down the outcome. That is separate. Unless you use that, your outcome will be not correct. And unless your outcome is precise, none of the students will achieve it. Just give an example. Suppose some of your students, you said, hey, go to Trivandrum. The students goes to Trivandrum standing on a rail station. Then you go, no, I have not go to the rail station. I asked you to go to the airport, but you have not said that. You said that go to Trivandrum. So I cannot write down a course outcome, design an aeroplane. Student will explain this. No use. Student will apply this law. Very vague statement. It is not learner-centric at all. So writing an outcome is an issue which all of us to learn as a teachers. How to write down the correct outcome which is specific, measurable, achievable. It may be a course level, it may be a module level, it may be a lecture. My next problem is continuous improvement of the curriculum. So how do I continuously improve the curriculum? If you see this website, let's say I use ICT technology to continuously improve my curriculum. I have written down this is my course outcome, and some of the friends sitting in industry can add comment that this kind of outcome today is obsolete. Better to use this outcome. I have given some problem here which is related to the objective number 1, but some of your friends sitting in industry can add a problem that, okay, this problem better test this outcome. So I use technology to continuously evaluate my curriculum. Possible. For every university, they should have a curriculum, outcome-based curriculum site, which will be much more interactive. So if it is interactive, then I collect information which can continuously evolve my curriculum. Next question I said, self-learning ability. Examination system I cannot taught here because examination system is separate lecture is required, which is called how examination system has to reform and how to design. All those things I will discuss later on if I get a time. So what is, this is the self-development, self-learning. So what I have given that entire course to the students before they join the class. If you see, most of you complaining that NEP 2020, what is the problem? The reduction of the credit. It is not reduction of the credit. It is transfer of the learning to learner side. Today we said, what is credit? Credit is nothing but a contact hour with the teacher. We said today's generation, today's technology is, we do not require many contact hour with the students. We have to emphasize on their self-learning ability. So if I know that tomorrow, next semester, I have this course and this is the entire course material, then I know what is the prerequisite, what kind of prerequisite skill I have to acquire. If a student doesn't acquire it, during that summer vacation, he will acquire that skill. Then he will come in preparation. So it is not holiday. It is the preparatory time for the next class. Most of us thought, okay, my intake is very low because I am a private university or I am a tier 2 college. So my intake students are very low. So my subject will be only for basic. Then you are not producing a graduate student. I cannot dilute my subject because of this. Because I have to certify the students that he is this kind of graduate. So I have to think that I will start my course from here and I will end it here, and this requires this kind of prerequisite. So students will learn it. That is self-learning ability. Next I will explain and then I will stop. That large classroom teaching. What is the main problem in large classroom teaching? First I discuss about the multi-section class, then I come to the large classroom. Suppose I have a course which is a 5-section. What is the common complaint you have received? The common complaint is that, oh, that section teacher is very good, my section teacher is not that good. How do you solve this as a management? Very simple. Suppose I have this entire curricula, give it to all students of all sections. So none of the students can complain that my teacher is not covered this syllabus and that teacher is covered this syllabus. Every student know the entire syllabus in a structured manner. Then I have a 5 teacher. Some teacher is very good in one topic, some teacher is also very good in another topic. So I can use them alternatively in different sections to solve that problem, multi-section problem. Now large classroom problem. Most of you have taken the classroom size is, let's say, 300 students in a class or 60 students in a class, 100 students in a class. What is your main complaint? Sir, if I teach for the first bench, then the middle bench will say the subject is difficult and last bench subjects will say the subject is very difficult. If I teach for the middle bench, then the first bench says subject is very easy and the last bench still said subject is difficult. But if I teach for the last bench, then the middle bench and first bench will say the subject is useless. So why should I scatter? I said no. Subject is not for first bench, subject is not for middle bench, subject is not for last bench. I use technology. What technology? Let's see this OBE curriculum. I give it to all students. Now my first bench students can achieve the outcome within 2 months. As a teacher, I provide them the more complex problem. My middle bench students will achieve it within 3 months. As a teacher, I can provide them the more complex problem. But I have to ensure that I have teach for the last bench. At the end of the semester, last bench is achieve this curriculum. So what I said, I am virtually creating 1:1 teacher-student ratio. What Baiju has done remotely. So what is required is that you have to design this outcome-based curricula and very precisely, which is not that easy. Unless you have a proper training, I can ensure that you cannot design the curricula so precisely. And it requires time. But once you design it for one university, then the teaching becomes more effective, more easy. Everybody know what is my syllabus, what kind of questions will come in the semester exam. So every employer knows that they have this kind of skill, so I should go to this university, I take them. So how to develop this curricula? I have a same site has an option for development of the curricula. You can register your institute and then register the particular program and then register your course and you can start developing that course. I am not going details on that because that will take another half an hour, which your lunch time will be, I think, over. So it is already 1:30 and we are expecting for the lunch. So I'll stop here for only the giving you the you can say the essence of OBE framework, but not I am explain it whole things. Whole things is huge. And the address for this site is www.ide.iitkgp.ac.in. I am writing in the I think in this here so that all of you can see it. So it is www.ide.iitkgp.ac.in. You can visit this website and you can follow my lecture on YouTube because this is a 1 hour lecture. I cannot take all those. There is a lot of topic is there. How to write your outcome, how to design a question paper, how to calculate the attainment, how to map the CO with PO, attainment calculation, then last, what is scholarship teaching. Lot of topics are there for education purpose, but I am not covering all those things. I just give you the glimpse of that OBE framework software, and I explain that what is required, what kind of change is required for present day teaching. Okay, so I'll stop here. If you have any questions, you can ask.
Thank you very much, sir, for this elaborative explanation of the teacher-centric learning. But given the fact of the matter is that we are now in the digital world where we have the larger audience to cater. And keeping that, as you say, that best possible teaching is one-to-one. But once you are catering thousands through these massive open online courses, so what type of requirement is for a teacher, how he can engage all the students through this virtual mode?
Okay, yes, fair enough. So what I said, that today we have a Swayam and we have seen a lot of videos are there. That I have also offered a course on NPTEL platform Swayam. What is the problem what is the problem in your opinion? The main problem is delivery is linear. Linear means that I know the topic and I have to watch entire 30 minutes video to know the gist. And it doesn't mention what skill it will develop. It is said the name of the topic. Maybe teacher just describe the topic and end the video. But my half an hour time is wasted. So what is the requirement is that video lecture resources are secondary. Primary is the target. You develop this curricula in this framework and then develop the content. Not develop the content and then curricula. Content is student responsibility. Students will see the content. Today I have developed a content, may not be good in all modules. Maybe it is very good content is available Khan Academy. But what students do not know, what kind of skill they have to acquire. What kind of skill is essential for that degree program. That is the curriculum. Today I have done a course on analog electronics in NPTEL and is taken by a IIT professor, which may not be suitable for a college which is a private engineering college. It is not at all suitable. Because their purpose is not to produce graduate engineer who will take a high-end research. Their purpose is to produce graduate engineer who will be applicable in the local software industry. So since the requirement is different, one course is not scattered to all. Unless it will be done by some centrally funded things, and this can be followed by every university. Not at all. Education is not fit for one size for all. It is different size for different requirement. So this is the lagging, that whatever the Swayam we have said, it is only content. Content doesn't have any you can say that self-development things. We require a structure which is missing. So unless once the structure is available, it can scatter to many people. Doesn't matter. Suppose I said that I have developed a course on analog electronics where you can able to design a push-pull amplifier, and I am working in a electronics world and I want to design a push-pull amplifier. I know which particular lecture actually developed this push-pull amplifier design. I go there and read it, listen it. Instead of going entire lecture, 40-hour lecture, I listen and then I find out the teacher only described the push-pull amplifier. Then whole time is lost. So that's why this structured curriculum is very much essential, whatever your massive online course you want to design. Is it okay? Anybody else? I think most of the participants thought that Sir is saying something which is above. Anybody else? I can say that if you are more interested, you can watch my video lecture, Accreditation and Outcome-Based Education, which is available in NPTEL SAP. That is 20 hours lecture, all the dimensions, assessment and evaluation, curriculum design, outcome-based education, and then scholarship teaching. You know, the scholarship teaching is one of the important issues. What a good teacher do in a class, that is also there. Okay?
This is a good idea. You are asking for your 20-hour lectures. Why don't you use that as a MOOC so that students get already a degree?
It is already in MOOC platform, SWAYAM platform, it is already available.
Okay, it's on SWAYAM.
It is on SWAYAM.
Okay.
But again, I am not believe that video, because that video is also a linear video. Structure is missing, because structure is not allowed to put in SWAYAM. So structure is missing. So it is nothing but a 30 hours video for 20 hours, total 20 hours video. So may not be some video, I just give an example which may not be required for you. So the structure is missing there.
Sir, as a designer, I am a producer at EMRC Srinagar, and we are making these MOOCs courses. So as a producer, what is the role, how I can motivate as a teacher so that he can engage more and more audience, more and more students?
Yes.
That is some tips which we should give to the teacher from the filmmaker's point of view.
Yes, yes. So in my opinion, first of all, suppose let's say any course you want to design, let's say you engage 5 teachers to develop this structure first. Course outcome, module outcome, lecture outcome, all kind of structure. The structure which is available in this website. Then based on the structure you develop the content. Content will be not arbitrary. Content will be targeted. That means suppose I said that lecture number 1 I want to explain let's say neural network. So I never said the lecture number 1 you learn neural network. We cannot say that. We said the lecture number 1 content explanation of neural network, mathematical derivation of neural network. So outcome of the lecture number 1 I have to mention specifically. Then when it goes to the target audience, if it is in structured manner, then the target audience has a facility to move it. Instead of linearly going the lecture, suppose if I linearly go the lecture after 20 minutes, I lose my interest because my target is not fulfilled by the video. But since initially it is mentioned, this video for this purpose, then the learner will not lose the interest. Most of the cases, learner will lose the interest because the lecture is something and I want something. So if I make it very precise, very specific, do not require 30-hour lecture. 20-hour lecture, 10 minutes or 20 minutes problem solving. Include problem solving in your content.
Sir, thank you.
Is it okay? Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. In this occasion, I would like to express my sincere thanks for actually coming and giving us such a informative journey regarding how we can actually effectively employ digital the digital expertise for our education. And I think most of even the professors and teachers and the teachers that I've been surrounded with in my undergraduate studies, they all would actually benefit a lot from the kind of class that you give, where they can actually incorporate a lot more when they are in the class as well as online learning or whatever that is. So thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful session that you put forward for us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
MRC and Department of Education and Internal Quality Assurance Cell, IQAC, is happy and is here hoping to strengthen your ideas and perspectives on the realm of education, which is currently undergoing profound transformations with the massive technological advancements taking place all across the world. So, today's event will be carried out in 2 sections parallelly conducted across 2 different venues as Conclave 1 and Conclave 2. Conclave 1 will be chaired by Professor Dr. P. Usha, former HOD, Department of Education, University of Calicut, as well as Professor Dr. Meera KP, former HOD and Department of Education, University of Calicut. So, to welcome our delegates and guests, as well as all of you who have gathered here, I would like to welcome Mr. Prasoon CP, the Research Scholar, Department of Education, University of Calicut, for the welcome address. Please.
A very good afternoon to all. After a wonderful inaugural ceremony, we just stepped into the technical session, Conclave 1 of the 3-day national seminar, Prospectus on Future of Digital Education, Inclusive, Immersive and Equitable, jointly organized by CEC Delhi, EMS Calicut and Department of Education, University of Calicut. And for me, in my case, it is just a different experience and great pleasure to welcome and introduce my beloved teachers, Professor Dr. P. Usha and Professor Meera KP, to the session. This session is chaired by both of my teachers, Professor Dr. P. Usha, one of the great PhD examiners in the South India, and ma'am also marked her name with her excellency in the field of education by guiding and providing PhD in various topics over the discipline. From my postgraduate time, I know that teacher is democratic face in the field of education. Thank you for joining us, and on the behalf of the organization team, I welcome Professor Dr. P. Usha with a token of love. Thank you, man. Thank you for joining us. Professor Meera KP, former HOD of Department of Education, is very well-known personality, not only for her love and concern towards the students, but also for remarkable contribution as a PhD guide and educationalist in language teaching, language education. Teacher, please receive our token of love and welcome. And I am sure that the feedback and comments from both chairs may give new insights and visions, not only to the paper presenters, but also all gathered here. So I welcome all participants, paper presenters, teachers, and my friends to the session. And I also request Professor Dr. P. Usha and Professor Dr. Meera KP to chair the session. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prasoon. Now, as we move on to the event of the day, the paper presentations, we have 7 scholars who will be presenting their papers, and the timeline for them to present their papers would be 10 minutes. So to start with, we have Mr. Dheeraj Kumar, Research Scholar, Department of Teacher Training and Non-Formal Education, IASE, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi.
Very good afternoon, chairs, respected faculties and other stakeholders. And thank you for the introduction. And my topics on FET and integrative simulation technology for learning outcome-based teaching learning science. My paper focuses on application of FET simulation in the present scenario to learn science through digital education. It also describes the situation of laboratories in India. Further, I describe the steps involved in the access and use of FET simulation, importance of the design and procedure, including the implications for enhancing the practical approaches, abilities and assessment for the physics, biology and chemistry at school level. Our policy states that we need quality education to achieve the SGD 4. So in this image, I try to show the definition of the policy. What is that? We need to achieve the sustainable goal through quality education. What should be is there? Learner, learning outcome, learning environment, EWS learners, CWSN, inclusive class. Everything should be integrated. But we have need to think integration of the ICT is the must, as a I show in the corner. If I come to the situation of the situation of the science labs in India. This is image of the Punjab, Chandigarh. You can see here everything is available, skeleton, music, even globe, everything in the one room. You can see here any digital equipment. No, there is no digital equipment in this lab. You can say this is the laboratory. No one can say this is the laboratory. Another one of the example to show the status of the science lab in the school is I visited in Nagaland. Then I checked the laboratories, what is happening there. There is no lab also, science lab in the school. Next, this is the Bihar teacher taking the classes for the Hindi, English, everything, even mathematics also. We say that the inclusive education. You can see the condition of these areas. Now, if I come to the data of Government of India, UDICE Plus, of the 21-22, these are the red signs shows that the trend line. That means these state and UTs below the 60% have the science laboratories in the schools. And you can see that in a blue color how many percentage and number of states having the science lab achieve the 100% availability and functionality. Now I am coming on my topic, why I select this FAT simulation. FAT simulation is a useful simulation that can be accessed both online and offline. You can interactively perform the practical in the absence of physical laboratory for the different kind of the subjects also. This is the screenshot of the FAT simulation. I think this is one of the broad image of the FAT simulation. Physics, chemistry, math, earth science, biology, different subject you can perform the experiment. Now, as I mentioned in the topic, our activity should be practical activity or any activity should be learning outcome based, teaching learning. Na? Then how ICT perform? ICT inclusion of the teacher, content, ICT resources in different manners like image, interactive media, assessment, analysis, everything comes under the use of ICT in different manners, as in the previous session told about the assessment, how to do assessment, what are the type of assessment. Now which is the target student is a target group here, and what is the learning outcome. Learning outcome achieve, they learn and apply in their routine practices. That is called learning outcome here. Sorry, I forget changing the name. This is I try to show this is the classroom environment. What should be the ICT and how can we integrate in the teaching learning environment as a practical approach. This is some related study I reviewed randomly and find out what conclude the researchers. Different scenarios in the 2020, 2021, 2022 and 2023. Different author and researchers find out the learning science using Android-based critical thinking, mentioned the highlighted the motivation, understanding of the concept, significant improvement, scientific approach, reference, medium, learning physics, increase the student interest in the physics, improve the lab skills, reveal the consider the positive student experience the FAT simulation, learning outcome based physics experiment can be conducted through the FAT. Other is the learn independently, conduct virtual experiment, alternative solutions, it improve the thinking skills and enhance student interaction. My review of literature not limited to here. I verify with this, with the NEP. I saw in the definition why is inclusively everything is happen. So I check the different terms. Where is mentioned in the NEP? Critical thinking, motivation and understanding, skill development, scientific approach, learner interest, and everything available in the NEP. But what is the actual situation after NEP in 2 year has been gone? Why why FAT simulation is required. Even learner can independently perform the practical without the absence of physical availability of the resources, hazardous chemical environment. Even learner can verify their practices through the standard practical has been developed. Now what are the features of this? Text, graphic, animation, video, audio, multimedia, everything is available in the FAT simulation. You can check, even learner can not read the text, you can the audio, you can the visual, you can children with special need also perform this practical at home. Those who cannot physically visit the laboratories. Access and use, you can visit the website and directly open the particular simulation and perform the practical. This is relevant to and based on your decided curriculum developed by the NCERT. Now, as mentioned in the review of literature, the motivation, different cognitive factor, situated learning, inquiry-based learning can be important parameter of the FAT simulation. I tried to here show the one example of the FAT simulation physics experiment, which can be performed by a learner at the home, anywhere, not in the home, in the presence of the teacher or in absence of the teacher. Suppose a student want to check the resistance value, then she can vary the here directly open, he can vary the, you can see the in the image, they are similar at a one level. All things are the resistivity, length and area. Resistivity change, you can change here the resistance value 1.51, but as the change the length of the wire, variation in the length of wire, then change in the resistance value. Again change in the area of the wire, then again change the resistance value. This one. If we change through your Android mobile or laptop or any digital devices, you can check the what are the variation occurring during our practical performance. Even you can, as earlier I said, that you can verify our experiment like length of the wire. You can take the physical sample of the wire, or same experiment you can verify different experiment. Similarly here the rows resistance row is equal to L by A. Here is something change in the value of the resistance. Again, thank you. Further assessment can be done with the this type of questions, with the creating the question to ask from the student, like what will be the change the value of resistance if resistivity of the wire or the length of the wire or the length of the wire, sample wire can be changed. Other thing is I try to develop this diagram: summative assessment, formative assessment and metacognition assessment. This gap can be filled by through the artificial intelligence. This I shown it as a simulation. Next one, I developed this model. We cannot do the we cannot perform the any practical or any activity without a collectively approach. So I designed here to environment should be available, learner, level of the learner, environment of the learner, activity of the learner, everything should be available, then we can achieve the learning outcome. Next, if I conclude, as seen in the before my showing the FAT simulation, you can see the what is the status of India in the laboratory. But teachers, if they learn, if they implement the practical approach and teach their learners or student, then we can implement in correct manner of the ICT in the teaching learning process. This is my conclusion, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Dheeraj Kumar, on presenting your paper on FET and interactive simulation technology for learning outcomes-based teaching learning science. Now we will move on to the discussion regarding the paper from the chair as well as from the members in the audience.
Anyone who would have a question regarding the paper as well as the concepts discussed in it, please.
Any question? Any suggestion?
Dheeraj Kumar, have you practiced this?
Yes, madam. Even in the laptop also, I have also.
You have downloaded it from
Yes.
this? Okay. So
Just
can you
Yes,
please explain the AI-based
Yes.
assessment? How is it possible?
Yes, madam.
AI-based assessment procedure, how is it possible? Artificial intelligence-based assessment.
Artificial based assessment can be done through in the presence or absence. So what you have, if I send an activity to the learner, suppose as an assignment, I send activity to check the length of the wire. If they are checking this accurately, then what are their answer? Then in terms of we can check the artificial intelligence as a tool for the assessment of the learner. This can be here also change the learner if we can verify this activity. That means they can assess the learner. Then easily they are performing the practical the same approach in the laboratory and same in the digital medium also. Here very simple manner we can check it. That's why I can give the assessment.
Thank you, ma'am. I hope there is no more questions regarding this paper. I think let's move on to the next one.
Is there any clarification needed?
Please feel free to ask any questions regarding the paper that was discussed right now.
Dheeraj Kumar, you have presented the paper well, but I think that it is purely a theoretical paper. Am I correct?
Yes, madam.
Yes. Instead of this, if you have presented with the application or effectiveness of this particular technology on teaching a particular concept or a very simple idea, I think that it would have been more effective. That doesn't mean that you haven't done well. You have done the paper well. Whenever you attempted things like this, it would be more impressive when it would be at the practical level. And also, in your, I think that in your abstract also, you have written that at the application, I think that application come only at the theoretical level. Anyway, I agree, you have explained all the aspects of this particular construct. Even then, it would have been better. That's my opinion. That's all. Very good. Very good.
Thank you. I want to say one word. I checked for the internet connectivity, then it can be connected to my laptop. So I saw the practical approach. How can be done? After that, I saw the how can practical this CAD simulation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you again to Mr. Dheeraj Kumar. Now let's move on to the second paper presentation that will be done by Ms. Shruti S., NCRT Research Fellow, NSS Training College, Ottapalam, Kerala.
Hello. Good afternoon to all. I am a research scholar at NSS Training College, Ottapalam. My research paper topic is Cultural Sensitivity Among Tamil Linguistic Minority Students. Introduction. In a globalized world, understanding different cultures is crucial. Cultural sensitivity plays an important role in creating inclusive spaces, allowing TLM students to feel a sense of belonging and pride in their cultural identity. In educational settings, cultural sensitivity is not a just concept but a practical necessity. Recognizing the cultural backgrounds of TLMs enable educators to establish inclusive and enriching learning environments. Understanding the cultural needs of TLM students is vital for creating an educational framework that respects and values diverse cultural backgrounds. This study aims to empower students, fostering a sense of pride and self-worth crucial for their holistic development. Need and significance of the study. Creating inclusive learning environments. Next, mitigating cultural biases. Third one, promoting effective communication and positive learning experiences. Next, respecting cultural identities. Objectives of the study: to find out the different levels of cultural sensitivity among TLM students of Palakkad district, to find out whether there exists any significant difference in the mean scores of cultural sensitivity among TLM students with respect to gender, with respect to locale, with respect to type of management. Hypothesis of the study: Tamil linguistic minority student possess different levels of cultural sensitivity. There exists no significant difference in the mean scores of cultural sensitivity among TLM students with respect to gender. There exists no significant difference in the mean scores of cultural sensitivity among TLM students with respect to locale. There exists no significant difference in the mean scores of cultural sensitivity among TLM students with respect to type of management. Next, definition of key terms. Cultural sensitivity: the capacity to recognize, appreciate, and respect diverse beliefs, values, customs, and practices of individuals or groups from various cultural backgrounds. Dimensions: cultural awareness, respect for cultural difference, adaptability, open-mindedness, communication with the people from diverse backgrounds, knowledge of cultural diversity, empathy, and cultural bias. Next, Tamil linguistic minority students. Linguistic minorities are groups of people whose mother tongue is different from the principal language of the state. In this study, Tamil linguistic minority students means students whose mother tongue is Tamil who reside in Kerala. TLM are generated by the state reorganization in 1957. Methodology, approach, and tools. Sampling method, simple random sampling method is adopted here. Sample size 200 TLM students. Survey methodology is used here. Reliability and validity of the tool. Reliability check used Cronbach alpha, high internal consistency, alpha equal to 0.918. Statistical techniques, descriptive statistics, and t-test were used. Data and results cultural sensitivity for total sample. From the above table 1, it is evident that 70.5% of TLM students of Palakkad district possess high level of cultural sensitivity. 72.5% possess average level of cultural sensitivity, and 10% possess low level of cultural sensitivity. Table 2, from table 2, significant difference was found between the mean scores of cultural sensitivity among TLM students with respect to gender. Mean scores of cultural sensitivity of girls and boys are 70.25 and 54.68, and standard deviations are 7.55 and 6.83 respectively. When the cultural sensitivity of boys and girls students of Tamil linguistic minority is compared, the t-value obtained is 6.72. Since the t-value is greater than the table value at 0.05 level of significance, mean difference of girls and boys students of Tamil linguistic minority was found to be significant. So the alternative hypothesis rejected. As shown in table 3, significant difference was found between mean scores of cultural sensitivity among TLM students with respect to locale, Here T value is 4.28. Since the T value is greater than table value at 0.05 level of significance, so alternative hypothesis again rejected. As shown in table 4, significant difference was found between mean scores of cultural sensitivity among TLM minority students with respect to type of management. Here also alternative hypothesis is rejected. Major findings of the study: there exists gender disparity. Cultural sensitivity of girl students from TLM is higher than boy students from the same linguistic minority. Then urban-rural contrast. Cultural sensitivity of urban students from Tamil linguistic minority is higher than rural students. School management. Cultural sensitivity of government school students is higher than aided schools. These are the reasons. Maybe it may be the reasons for this disparity. Next, educational implications. Teachers should integrate a diverse cultural background into lesson plan, ensuring language support for participation. Then curriculum makers develop curriculum content that celebrate and respect various cultural perspectives. Policy administrators considering the unique needs of students from diverse cultural backgrounds. Parents, active engagement, then open communication. Next, school, cultural exchange. Schools can conduct cultural exchange programs, community collaboration, etc. Okay, thank you. Any doubts?
Members from the audience, if you have any queries or questions regarding the concept that was discussed in the paper, please feel free to question.
Shruti, why did you select cultural sensitivity as a variable?
Because I saw the brochure of this national seminar. Actually, my research is done in Tamil linguistic minority students. Cultural sensitivity is not a variable in my PhD research. But I have an attraction for this variable and I connect this variable with the Tamil linguistic minority students because culture is very really closer or related to Tamil linguistic minority students. Then I prepared this tool with the help of my supervisor, Dr. Seema Menon KP. There are no tools for cultural sensitivity. Only foreign studies are there, but I have an interest or passion to create a tool for cultural sensitivity, and I prepared this. Digital education, culturally relevant pedagogy are implemented through digital education. Culturally responsive pedagogy can be implemented through digital tools or AI, using AI technology, etc.
What was the tool that you used for measuring cultural sensitivity?
5-point scale. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shruti S, for presenting your paper. I believe that the audience will feel free to ask their questions regarding the research papers that are being discussed here. So, moving on to the next one. Mr. Sriram Vishnu, Assistant Professor, Department of Agricultural Extension, Kerala Agricultural University.
A very warm good evening to all. We know that India became the most populous country recently, overcoming China. So we know what are the implications. So that means a lot to us. That means we have to multiply our resources. Let it be our resources, economic resources, or in terms of our educational resources. So catering at the same time, interestingly, we are the third largest country. Our higher education system is the third largest in the world. So do we have an assessment of the capability of our higher education system to reach all the student community or all the learners? So we know that it is very difficult. So the technology plays a key role in such a context. So the role of technology in higher education, that is key when we have a large population to cater or large number of learners to cater, and at the same time their learning needs are diverse. So this interesting state led us to take up this interesting research study, the digital infrastructure assessment for higher education, the case of India. So let us see what is the scenario of higher education sector in India. So already, as we discussed, it is the third largest higher education system with 38.5 million learners. This is as per 2019 data. And we have more than 1,040 universities with 39,800 colleges are there. And interestingly, more than 60% of our universities, the colleges are located in rural areas. So that means we should have some additional effort to reach all the learners. And the distant education, if you are looking at the distant enrollment, it constitutes only 11.1%, but even in that context, having the digital resources for supplementing the learning needs is a key priority for us. The important concerns from the educational point of view are quality, access, and equity. So the inadequate educational infrastructure, that is for catering the learning needs, it is also established by other previous studies. As we discussed, how the digital transformation is key to a country like India, because we have a large population to cater, a large number of learners to cater, with third largest higher education system in the world. So the technology is our key. So how we can leverage the potential of technology, the potential of digital technologies to cater the learning needs of such a diverse category of learners. So the research evidence says that if you want to have a digitally enabled education, the key concerns include accessibility and affordability of the technology devices as well as the network access. So these are some of the fundamental prerequisites if you are speaking about the digitally enabled or IT enabled education. So we are, in this context, we are particularly interested in exploring the possibility or the prospects of digitally enabled education in the higher education sector. If you are looking at a snapshot of the higher education scenario in India, we can see that in the case of higher education, the highest number of learners are undergraduate students, more than almost 80%, then followed by postgraduate and PhD scholars. If you are categorizing the higher education learners by their discipline, we can see that there are those who are specializing in general discipline, then agriculture, law. We can get this data from the All India Survey on Higher Education survey reports. As well as if you are looking at the total number of enrollments, populous states like Uttar Pradesh and Bihar are leading in India. So these are all evident, these are all well-established facts from the IASH reports. So in such a context, we have framed the key argument is that enabling digital infrastructure is a fundamental prerequisite for inclusive digital education. Because unless you have the digital infrastructure in order to support a transformation or the technology-enabled education in the higher education sector, we cannot cater that demand. So the research gap from the literature review, we identified that assessment of digital infrastructure, or we can say the assessment of IT infrastructure for the digitally transformed education, that is not well researched from the previous studies. We found that there are studies which specifically focused on the availability of IT infrastructure at the particular institutional level, not at the country level or not at the state level. Or maybe at the state level we found few studies like Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra, but there was no studies from with a pan-India coverage. So coming to the research objectives, we had two research questions: to develop a digital infrastructure index as a tool to measure the digital infrastructure status of the Indian states, as well as to compare and contrast the various dimensions of the digital infrastructure among the states. So this particular study mainly depends on secondary data resources. So out of the 29 states, we could only take 21 states because the required data was available only for these 21 states. So the digital infrastructure index, which I mentioned, the tool which we used for the study, which was developed particularly for the study with the three overarching dimensions. So these dimensions were identified from the previous studies and literature review. So the digital asset possession subindex, network access subindex, and electricity access subindex. These are the three overarching dimensions of the digital infrastructure. So there are a number of indicators. Under each dimension we can see there are a number of indicators. So basically the digital possession subindex, it indicates the possession of digital assets like computers, smartphones, and television, which are primarily dependent by the learners for their educational needs. And the network access subindex, it regards to both the internet access as well as the mobile network coverage, because both are important from the network access point of view, as well as the internet penetration, means even within a household, how many are effectively getting the internet. And the electricity access subindex, we know that if you want to have a basically digitally enabled education, electricity is key, means power supply is key to charge the electricity, the equipments or the digital assets. So mainly we depended on literature review to identify the indicators and dimensions, indicators under each dimension, as well as to collect the data. So the data sources are given in the last column. Here we can see there are TRI-data, NSSO, and there are many other reports which are published, which are available in the open domain, which we depend on for collecting the data for this research. Coming to the index construction steps, basically we identified the indicators followed by the normalization, because all the indicators are measured at different levels, so that necessitated the normalization process before the analysis part. Then we have gone to the principal component analysis to assign weightages to each indicators, because all the indicators may not be equally important. So in order to assign weightages, we have followed the principal component analysis with varimax rotation, and we have assigned weightages. Then the weightage, the equations are given here. Then the aggregation, there are three dimensions as I mentioned earlier. So within each dimension, we have gone for simple average to aggregate the total score, as well as when computing the total composite index, we have followed the geometric mean, because that is a non-compensatory approach. So that means if one state is lagging in some particular dimension, it will not be compensated by another dimension. So if you want to perform, if you want to be a better performer, you have to perform equally well in all the three dimensions of the digital infrastructure index. So coming to the results, so we have got the dimension-wise scores, the scores obtained under each dimension. We can see the 21 states. So there is, we can see it's not uniform. There is some variability among the states with regard to the three dimensions. So just we try to segregate the states based on the total digital infrastructure index score. So we have taken the quartile value to make 4 quarters. So the extremely low category comprised of 6 states, and the most well-performing high category which comprised of 7 states. And 2 categories were coming in the middle. So if you are looking at the overall scenario, we have given the map also here. So from this map, it is very clear that how the northeastern states are mostly avoided, except Assam, because of the unavailability of data. So if you can see the categorization, we can see that mostly the southern states are performing well when compared to the northern states. And a few exceptions are there, like Gujarat, Himachal Pradesh, and Haryana. they are also they are performing well in terms of digital infrastructure. We also computed the coefficient of variation under each dimension to see which measure is contributing to the maximum variability among the states. So from the coefficient of variation scores, we found that it is the network access subindex. So the network, internet access as well as the mobile network coverage, that is actually differentiating the states. So the maps are also given. Also we checked how it is compared against the multi-dimensional poverty index. So whether the DII scores, the digital infrastructure status, is it going in consonance with the poverty status of a particular state. So we found that mostly it is following, it is converging. So from the study, we could infer that there is some regional imbalance, or there is some regional imbalance with regard to digital infrastructure, and mostly the north states are performing poor, while the southern states of the India are performing better with some exceptions. And the digital infrastructure status is actually coinciding, or it is moving in parallel with the poverty status of that particular state. If the state is socioeconomically backward, it is also reflected in the digital infrastructure status. So basically, I would like to conclude, this tool can be used as an effective for a policy making, because we can categorize the states based on their digital infrastructure status, and the policy interventions can be made where we have to strengthen the digital infrastructure, particularly for the higher education. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sriram Vishnu. Now I think we can take questions from the audience.
I am Sriram.
Sriram Vishnu.
Yes.
Anyway, congratulate you, because it is a well-prepared paper, and also this is an investigation, I can say, around the digital infrastructure assessment for higher education, and the tool you have developed is good and very interesting results, with very good and interesting results. You presented your paper, so congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anyone from the audience who would like to ask more questions regarding the topic?
Hello, Vishnu. Good paper. So as a researcher, my question to you is, do you have any suggestions for improving the DII score for poor performing states? I remember you said something about including this data and it will help for policy making, but as a researcher, what would your suggestions be?
Ma'am, as we have seen the most, that's why we have calculated the coefficient of variation to see the disparity among states. So with regard to which parameter the states are varying widely. So we found that it is with regard to the network access. So network access there are two dimensions, like it can be the internet availability as well as the mobile network coverage. Both are important from the higher education point of view. So that's up to the state governments or the concerned policy makers, what they can do with regard to, or to strengthen the network coverage among in that particular state, so that the learning resources can be better accessed. That will be more accessible to the learners.
So strengthen network coverage.
Yeah, that's our main.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to ask about the digital infrastructure assessment? Again, Mr. Sriram Vishnu.
Thank you so much.
Your paper.
Thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
So with that, we'll move on to the next paper presenter. We have Raji NR, Computer Science degree, HI Department, National Institute of Speech and Hearing, Thiruvananthapuram. Topic is massive open online courses accessible to students with deafness.
Good afternoon all. Myself Raji NR and Ms. Rajagopal are here to present the paper titled Massive Open Online Course Accessible for Students with Deafness. We are from Degree HI Department, National Institute of Speech and Hearing, Trivandrum. The popularity of massive open online courses increased considerably after the pandemic. Many universities are offering quality courses through online platforms, and the facilities for the students to access these courses are also increasing. Since 2012, high-quality video lectures from institutions all over the world has been a part of MOOCs. Users of MOOC can learn in a variety of ways tailored to their own learning preferences, like live streaming videos, effective examination, discussion forums, instruction videos, etc. But there has not been such much research on how accessible these MOOCs are. According to WHO World Disability Report on 2011, 15% of the world population is of persons with disability. Out of this 15%, about 5% is that is about 450 million people are with hearing loss. The report says that this can go up to 900 billion by 2050. The higher education opportunities of students with deafness are very limited. Also in India, the accessible options for students with deafness in higher education, especially in UG or PG courses, are very few. The major challenge faced by a deaf student is the communication barrier. His reading, writing, and comprehension skills are not age appropriated, and therefore this affects his academic performance. From the personal experience of the authors, it is observed that the language skills of majority of deaf students who joins the undergraduate course is that of class 2 or below. Many of the concepts and theories are very abstract when it comes to the undergraduate courses. The major struggle the teacher faces is in transacting the concept effectively to the student. The Rights to Persons with Disability Act 2016, Chapter 3, states the duties of educational institutions and the specific measures to be adopted by the institution to ensure equal and accessible education for all students. For a learner with deafness, the subtitles alone may not be sufficient for effective learning. Considering his language skills, more visual forms of video content and sign language interpretation are needed for utilizing the learning contents effectively. These are some of the recent related works done on the accessibility of deaf students in using MOOCs. An attempt was made in Portugal to make the MOOC accessible to the deaf by using a sign language application called Virtual Sign. This is a bi-directional translator which translates the Portuguese language to the sign language and sign language to the Portuguese written language. This is a very interesting approach, but it is observed that the attitude of the deaf learners towards the 3D avatars varies. Those who are exposed to the sign language in an early stage of life are not usually don't accept the 3D avatars much, while the deaf learners who are exposed to sign language later in life have positive comments about the 3D avatars. So in 2021, another study was there. So it investigates the accessibility options available in MOOCs from the perspective of different stakeholders. So it has been concluded that online course providers need to try to understand the students' requirements better. So the research says that the development of MOOC need to specifically focus on accessibility. Learners with accessibility issues have a wide range of interests which need to be considered. In a very recent study in 2023, it discussed the considerations to be made while developing the MOOCs accessible to deaf. To provide accessible content, any online course development methods must be examined from the very beginning of the design process, and emphasis must shift from satisfying the legal requirements to genuinely addressing the need of learners. In India, there are many popular MOOC platforms like Swayam, NPTEL, etc. Most of these platforms use English as the language or some other regional language, mainly in Hindi. The subtitles are incorporated in most of the courses. As the technology advances, the government is actively pursuing measures to enhance the accessibility options on these platforms while considering the needs of persons with disabilities. So from the limited papers that discuss the accessibility options available for the deaf to access MOOC, it is found that there exists a research gap that calls for the need to design MOOCs that have language accessibility for deaf learners. These are the objectives of the study. This paper tries to explore the accessibility issues faced by deaf students while accessing popular MOOC platforms. The second objective is to propose a framework to create MOOCs that are accessible to students with deafness. The third objective is to share and discuss the online courses that are developed, focusing on the accessibility options suitable for learners with deafness. So this is the methodology the framework we are proposing. The accessibility issues faced by a deaf learner while joining a MOOC are mainly language issues, non-availability of subtitles or transcripts in many of the courses, and limited availability of the visual contents. So this is a step-by-step framework to develop a MOOC course that is accessible to deaf learners. So first phase is content development, and it is a major phase. It involves compiling the contents and creating modules from the chunked materials obtained in research after determining the learning objectives. Then the modules, the final output of this phase is detailed script and storyboard. The content should be translated into video lecture script, which is of short duration considering the attention span of participants. So validation is very important in each phase of MOOC development. Considering the deaf accessibility, validation by deaf experts is also required along with the subject matter experts. The factors to be considered during the validations are flow of language, explanation of difficult terms and phrases, visualizations and graphics. The script and storyboard need to be revised with expert comments. Considering the fact that the deaf learners are very good visual skills, they have very good visual skills. So conveying the concept through the visual means is an excellent method of teaching. So we should include suitable graphics and in animations. The service of a graphic designer is very important in this phase. The graphical content can be developed, also needs to be validated by the sign language expert. So the production stage includes shooting videos in spoken language and also in sign language. During the editing phase, these videos are combined with combined animations wherever necessary. A pilot study is needed, which can further improve the quality of the course with feedback obtained from the participants. The launch of MOOC on a suitable platform is the final stage that make it available to all the learners across the world. Research and analytics are also vital in this. Coming to the results, 3 courses are developed on the basis of the framework proposed. MOOC on Indian Sign Language, MOOC on forms of business organization, and video lecture series on C programming. The details of the MOOCs are summarized in the table. Each course is discussed in the coming slides. This is the MOOC on Indian Sign Language. In the recent years, there is an increase in awareness of rights of deaf. The use of sign language as an educational mode for deaf is now slowly gaining wider acceptance. Teachers of the deaf who are largely hearing lack fluency in sign language, and therefore they struggle to teach the deaf students. Various educational institutions and Kerala State Council of Education, Research and Training have taken measures to provide training to the teachers for learning Indian Sign Language. However, conducting training in Indian Sign Language across the state for all the teachers is a huge challenge. An even bigger challenge is recalling and sustaining what has been learned. Also, many employees who has employed deaf in their organization approach niche for ISL training. The requests have been received from parents and siblings of persons with deafness. The inability to converse in a common language with a teacher, an employer, or a colleague, a hearing classmate, or a parent of a deaf is frustrating. So these are the details. The registered users is 2,251, and it is delivered by a subject expert who is deaf. It includes words, sentences, grammar of ISL, and it is hosted in a niche server using Moodle platform. And this is a MOOC on forms of business organization. This is hosted in SOYAM platform. It is the participants are undergraduate commerce students, and it is offered twice, 2021 and 2022. It is delivered in Indian Sign Language, and it is delivered by a subject expert who is fluent in ISL. This is the video lecture series hosted by EMMRC Calicut, produced by EMMRC Calicut and hosted through Swayam Prabha DTH channel. The participants are undergraduate commerce computer students, and it is delivered by subject expert who is fluent in ISL. So it includes more visual contents with animation to explain the programming concepts. It has won the Innovative Lecture Award at 24th UGC CEC Educational Video Competition. So the future SOYAM is one of the prestigious programs of the Government of India, and the program has taken many steps to include accessibility in the MOOCs offered. So the development of the MOOCs based on the proposed framework and the inclusion of sign language videos in the current and future MOOCs can be a revolutionary step by opening the new venues of higher education to the students with deafness. In conclusion, we would like to say that the deafness is not a barrier to learn. With positive teaching approaches and technological advancements, the deaf students can be given an equal opportunity to stay current, competent, and competitive in this fast-changing world. So these are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Raji, for your presentation. We are happy to have a person like you.
Ma'am, training in the sense that the niche is providing training for the sign language for all the teachers. So all the teachers are good in sign language. So with the help of EMMRC Calicut, we have developed these MOOCs.
Do we have any questions from the audience? Yes, we have one person in the back.
Yes, ma'am. It was a very inspiring presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I just have one query. Is it possible to have a uniform framework for all the courses which are offered for deaf students, or does it have to be different depending upon the type of courses? For example, for computer science.
We have developed two courses, MOOC courses, one on sign language programming and other on the commerce program. So the forms of business education is in commerce program. So any course, or even the existing courses, can be we can add ISL interpretation videos to that. So only the language accessibility need to be given for the deaf students.
Challenges are exactly the same.
Yes, yes, the same.
Okay, thank you and all the best.
Thank you. Thank you for giving.
reshaping the role of professional development in equipping educators with the skills and knowledge to thrive in this new paradigm. So we will look at the background first. The proliferation of internet technologies has ushered in an era where education extends beyond the confines of traditional classrooms. Online education characterized by flexibility, accessibility, and innovative pedagogical approaches has created new opportunities for both educators and learners. This shift goes beyond a change in medium. It represents fundamental reimagining of how educators engage with their profession, their students, and the broader community. In this digital era, where information is abundant and technology evolves rapidly, the need for continuous professional development is paramount. Online education, with its diverse resources and interactive platforms, provides an exciting opportunity for professional development that transcends geographical boundaries and rich schedules. Now, the significance of the study. The study delves into professional development in the online education. Profound implications for educators, institutions, policymakers, and learners. Unraveling intricacies of effective online teacher training contributes valuable knowledge for designing robust, adaptable, and inclusive professional development programs. It also highlights advantages and challenges of online professional development. It also aids institutions in enhancing their training strategies. Advantages and challenges of online professional development will be also explored in this study. Investigation of innovative approaches in teacher training as well. Now we will look at the review of literature of this study. These are some of the studies, those were consulted in completion of this research. Now the research objectives. We have 4 research objectives of this study. First, the assess the effectiveness and impact of online professional development programs. Examine the integration of technology in teaching practices. Evaluate educators' confidence levels in technology use. And analyze the influence on student engagement and learning outcomes. This is the methodology part. Our study adopts a quantitative research design, leveraging numerical data to measure, analyze, and interpret various aspects related to online teacher training programs. We designed a structured online questionnaire to gather quantitative data. A simple random sampling method was involved. Participants were invited to complete the online survey through Google Forms. A total of, it's actually 200, it is mistakenly. It is a total of 200 correspondents participated in this survey. Now the most important part, that is data analysis and findings. This analysis delves into the responses of a diverse group of educators, providing a detailed examination of the impact of online professional development on various facets of the educational experience. So we will first look at the demographic overview. The study encompassed educators from various academic levels, with a significant representation from universities, ensuring a diverse range of experience and their perspectives, as you can see in this picture. Now the participation in online professional development. And Immersive, that is around 85% of educators participated in online professional development programs in the past year, showcasing a keen interest in evolving teaching methods. This high participation rate underscores the relevance and accessibility of online platforms, regardless of educators' experience levels. Now the effectiveness of online professional development. over 65% of respondents found online professional development to be effective or very effective, suggesting that the content and delivery methods resonate with the teaching community. This positive response indicates that these programs are providing meaningful learning experience for educators. Now, the integration of technology in teaching. A significant, that is around almost 90% of educators who engaged in online professional development reported a focus on integrating technology into teaching. This unanimous agreement underscores a contemporary shift towards technology-driven education, aligning teaching methods with the preferences of modern students. Now, the enhanced knowledge of teaching methods. And impactful, that is around more than 80% of educators felt that online professional developments substantially enhanced their teaching methods. This reflects the adaptability of teachers to modern approaches, fostering an environment of continuous improvement within the educational landscape. Now, the changes in teaching methods. A remarkable, that is more than 92% of educators reported tangible changes in their teaching methods after participating in online professional development. This suggests a direct correlation between online programs and the implementation of innovative teaching techniques, vital for adapting to the evolving needs of students. Now, the confidence in technology integration. Over 90% of participants expressed moderate to extreme confidence in using technology as a teaching tool post-participation. This increased confidence not only empowers teachers but also enhances the quality of education as technology becomes an integral part of learning experience. Now, the impact on student engagement and learning outcomes. Positive responses from educators indicate that online professional development has a direct and positive effect on students. Almost 82% observed improvements in student engagement, while an impressive 75% believed it positively influenced students' learning outcomes. The data paints a picture of the transformative power of online professional development in the education. This underscores the necessity of continued investment in online professional development to keep educators at the forefront of educational innovation. In conclusion, this substantial 85% participation rate speaks volumes about a profession keenly aware of the need for continuous evaluation. This eagerness to learn underscores the pivotal role online platforms play in shaping the skills and knowledge base of educators. Educators, institutions, and policymakers must collaborate to create an ecosystem where online professional development is not just an option, but a cornerstone of educational practice. So this was all about my presentation. Thank you. Thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you, Mr. Manzoor Ahmed. So first we'll take the review from the chair and then move on to the questions from the audience.
Thank you, Mansoor. Now, can you explain what you mean by online professional development?
Online mean the programs which were organized online.
You mean programs?
Yeah, programs.
Programs?
Yeah,
that
online programs. That is what I mean, online professional development. I found during my survey that we should organize more and more these programs, because see, technology has came into this education system. Now it is the era of digital education. So the teachers are not that much tech savvy. So the need of the hour is that we should engage more and more teachers in this technology so that we can cope up with this technology-driven education.
In the backdrop of the very important project of Ministry of Education, that's NME ICT,
National Mission of Education through Information and Communication Technology, which was way back in 2009 it was started. And in the backdrop of that project, we tried to see what has been the impact of that project in Kashmir colleges and universities. And during our study, what we found that NME ICT is still a dream. It has not really gone to with the purpose and objectives which was formulated. We are definitely making the contents, we are definitely making MOOCs and e-content, but our receivers, those are the students and the teachers, they are still unaware about this whole scheme. So what we have observed, once I did one research paper, out of 500 respondents, only 3% were knowing about these NME ICT programs, these different educational platforms where we are being given them the free courses. So this is the irony of whole scheme. Unless we don't make it a mandatory for every university, they should, because they're nodal, the students from colleges, they have to engage them. They have to, on regular basis, do the orientation programs about online education. And the second thing about this MOOC, because as per National Educational Policy 2020, now students are, they have to take their 25% of the syllabus through online mode. So now it is becoming our necessity. This time it is a choice, but I think in a year or two, this will be the compulsion. So this is the right stage when we should give the orientation to our teachers, how to, before teachers are supposed to know first what is the available source of material online. Because once we make these MOOC courses, otherwise we have some different education portals like Khan Academy is there, we have content. But why was it felt needed that we should take consideration of our own students? Because whenever you visit the internet sites, you should never believe blindfoldly whatever is there, whether this content is having that capacity that it should give you some confidence. That is the reason these MOOCs are being prepared under strict supervisions, because this task has been given to these media centers and IITs. And after many evaluations and previews and reviews, these courses are being uploaded, keeping the syllabus and keeping the need of our own students in view. So I request all the students who are here, just make use of these Swayam Prabha platform, Swayam platform, because you will get the online courses of around 76 subjects are already there, where a hard-earned labor has been put by teachers, by course designers, by other creative and research-oriented persons. Problem with us is that we don't know. That is our irony. Problem is that we are making these programs, we are doing these projects, but we need to take these course programs to the grassroots level. So online development is still a dream. All policymakers should think that it's not only to create a classroom of online, fully loaded online classroom system, but we need to tell them what is available for them. So for that, teachers needed to be first upgraded. We need to train them, we need to educate them, then only students can be benefited. Thank you very much.
I have a question. Sir, today our chief guest had mentioned that teachers are quite resistant to accepting technology and inculcating them in our education system. When you conducted this study, do you feel any kind of resistance on part of the teachers who were involved in the study? And those who were involved, you said they have shown some improvement, etc. Are they actually using it in their teaching strategies?
Before 2019, I will say yes, teachers were of resistance. They were showing some resistance before 2019. But COVID came to our rescue. COVID forced the teachers to take this technology, and because there was no other choice. So that COVID type of situation gave this confidence that definitely technology can remain there if some passion is being shown. those teachers who are afraid of using the smartphones. See, I will tell you about out of 99.5 respondents in my studies, they were having the access to smart gadgets. Whether it's a smartphone with internet facility, with laptop, they are having the access. 95% are making use of these gadgets for entertainment, they're accepting it. But only 33% of the teachers are making use of these technology for their educational purposes, and only 14% of students have given their response that they are making use of technology for education. So that is, the problem is that we are not able to pursue them, motivate them. And for that, we don't blame them also. We should not blame the student, because awareness is missing. If we are making some project, we are dreaming of some change, but unless we don't popularize those things, for that we need all universities, all such media centers, they should be made nodal agencies for all colleges to educate the students first. Then those students who are in the college system, they can become the ambassadors for those students who are the dropouts. Because basically aim is not about these MOOC programs and e-contents. Aim is not to cater the students who are in the colleges. Aim is for the dropout, those who are not having the privilege to join the colleges. Because exactly on what subjects CCI and IITs have made.
MOOCs are extremely popular now, especially after COVID-19, thanks to their accessibility, affordability, diverse course offerings, continuous learning opportunities, and global community feeling. And as we all know, in the Indian context, the national platform for delivering MOOC courses is Swayam. Now, not just for Swayam, for any MOOC courses, one of the major challenge is the high dropout rate, or in other words, the completion rate for MOOC courses is extremely low. I'm sure even in the audience, there will be many of you who have registered for multiple MOOC courses but have not completed it. There could be multiple reasons for it. Now, according to one recent report that came in Times of India in 2023, the completion rate of Swayam MOOC is just above 10%, which is a serious cause of concern. And some of the major reasons for the high dropout rate for MOOC involve lack of time to follow from the end of the participants, no one to ask for help due to insufficient prior knowledge and inability to understand the course content. Thus, we could sense that there is a serious motivation issue specifically related to intrinsic motivation, which is hindering the completion rate of MOOC courses. When we looked at literature, we could consistently come across one specific variable which said that the success of the MOOC course depended upon the need for regulatory, self-regulatory behavior from the participants, especially in the context of online platform, as the teachers are not physically present. Now let's try to understand what is meant by self-regulated learning. So self-regulatory learning is a concept that was introduced by Zimmerman way back in the 1980s. And according to the definition given by him in 2000, it refers to self-regulated thoughts, feelings, and behavior that are attained to achieving the goals. So as I mentioned earlier, consistently in the literature, we could see that there is a very high positive correlation between self-regulated learning behavior and the success in the completion of the MOOC courses across countries, across platforms, and across cultures. Now, we didn't want to reinvent the wheel and try to again re-establish the relationship between self-regulatory learning behavior and the success rate of MOOC. We were more interested to find out, from a designer's perspective, from somebody who is designing a MOOC program, because nowadays faculty all over the country are facing immense pressure from their universities to offer MOOC programs both within their schools, within their universities, and also for the national platforms. So for those teachers, it might be really useful for them to understand from a designing perspective, what are the factors that influence the self-regulated learning behavior of learners. So with that, let me move on to the objective of my study, to understand the factors influencing the self-regulatory behavior of students who have completed MOOC courses through the Swayam platform. Because we are already taking the assumption based on the literature that self-regulatory learning behavior is closely related to the successful completion rate of MOOC. Now to understand this further, we have based our conceptual framework on the concept that was developed by Dillon and McLean in 2003, wherein he said that there are three major factors that influence user satisfaction. So those three factors are information quality, system quality, and service quality. Information quality talks about, or in other words, we could say it's a course quality. Quality of the content that is delivered through the program. The second one, system quality, is all about how well the hardware and the software are supporting the delivery of the program. And the third one, service quality, is talking about the different levels and the ways in which the services are provided through whatever platform through which the MOOC courses are offered. So this is the model which I have used for my particular study. Information quality, system quality, and service quality are considered as the independent variables, and self-regulatory behavior here is considered as the dependent variable. And for this particular relationship also, we had literature support, and accordingly hypotheses were formulated. We have postulated positive relationship between all the three independent variables and the dependent variable. Now, moving on to the methodology aspect, this was an exploratory study and survey method was adopted, and the population was students who have completed at least one MOOC course through the Swayam platform in the last 3 months. And the sampling method that was adopted was convenient sampling, and the sample size is not very large, it's only 94, and the sample consisted of postgraduate students in the discipline of management, basically students who had enrolled for MBA program and completed MOOC course in the stream of discipline of management. And as I mentioned, survey method was used, and all the scale items were adopted from already existing scales. So for the system quality, information quality, and service quality, we took the scale adopted from Al-Balbisi in 2020, and the scale of SRL was adapted from research of Ona and Sinclair 2017. Sample, as I mentioned, consisted of 94, which in turn consists of 45 males and 49 females. And some other general characteristic of the sample is as here. Majority of the respondents had opted for a 3-credit course, followed by 2-credit, 4-credit, and 5-credit course. The reliability of all the scales were tested using Cronbach alpha, and they were all above 0.70. Here is the descriptive statistics of the sample. Here you could see, again, all the items were measured using a 5-point Likert scale ranging from 1 to 5, 1 being low score and 5 being high score. And as you could see here, all the mean values are above 3.5, which is well above average. And if you look at the correlations, here it's interesting to note that all the three independent variables are having a positive correlation with the dependent variable. However, as we say, correlation always doesn't mean causation. So we wanted to check further and see to what extent each of the independent variable influence the dependent variable. So we carried out multiple regression analysis, and all the assumptions of the multiple regression analysis were met, which is not detailed out here in the slide. I'll just talk about the regression coefficient value. Here, all the three independent variables were found to be positively related to dependent variable, as it was evident in the correlation also. But only one of the independent variable, which is information quality, was found to have a significant and positive correlation with the dependent variable, which meant it was information quality, the quality of the course content, which had a huge impact or huge influence on the self-regulated learning behavior of the participants. Yeah, so let me come to the major findings. So as I already mentioned, information quality was found to be the significant predictor of self-regulatory learning behavior. Service quality and system quality were found to be positively related, but not significant as far as this particular sample was concerned. And I'm sure these insights will definitely help policymakers, especially like teachers and other platforms like Swayam, who are involved in designing these courses, and they could make use of this information at the stage of course design. Yeah. At the same time, the study, as I mentioned, it's a very basic level study and it has a lot of further scope for study. So as I mentioned earlier, the sample size is very limited. And another thing is the sample is quite homogeneous in nature. I have considered only postgraduate students who have all taken one courses from one specific discipline, which is management. In a heterogeneous population, I'm sure the results might be different. And earlier also we had a presentation wherein Raji ma'am was talking about the students who are differently able. So this particular study having considered those population, this particular study was conducted on a very homogeneous population. And here we have considered only those antecedents or determinants which are from a design perspective. We haven't considered any of the individual factors, specifically personality factors like the self-efficacy or the internal locus of control. So those individual differences. So self-regulatory learning behavior intent could be different for different individual based upon their personality or the individual differences. Those dimensions are not at all considered for this particular study. So further studies should definitely try to come up with a more holistic or integrated framework where they are considering the individual factors as well as the environmental factors and even the design factors to come up with a more holistic perspective which will help the policymakers to get further insights. Yeah. So that's it from my end. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Devi Samyaja, for giving us insights on the determinants of self-regulatory learning. Now we should take the reviews from the chair and move on to the court.
Dr. Devi Saumya, it's a rather good paper. Is it your PhD work?
No, this is something which I did only for the purpose of this particular seminar.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, fairly good paper. I don't mind.
Is there any questions from the audience? Yes, yes, sir. Somebody please handle the mic.
Yeah.
I must congratulate you for this very lucid and very beautifully written paper. But I have it's not a question, I have some query rather. Once you select your target audience, are you considering only the MOOCs of SWAYAM platform or the MOOCs from
It's only SWAYAM platform.
It's only SWAYAM
only
platform.
SWAYAM platform, yeah.
Okay. So what was the standard of using that? Have you just identified your audience or your potential, whatever you have chosen, the say 42 male and 49. So was it a random sampling or it was some target oriented sampling? Have you first clarified that whether they have opted for MOOC?
Yeah, that was because I work in a university where it is mandatory for the students to take at least one MOOC course.
Okay.
So it was known to me that all the students have taken one MOOC course, so that made my job
So
easier.
this is the answer to my query that these type of these works, they vary from place to place. From you are ahead, you are in Calicut, in Calicut University?
No, Cochin University.
Cochin University. So this is one so you do the holistic assessment of such evaluations of these MOOCs, and so they vary because once your university has already introduced it, they have made it a mandatory. So that's why they are showing the results. So this is the answer that every university should introduce these MOOC courses as a mandatory thing. Then they can become successful, and then
right
they can
now there
become
is a government regulation which states that all the students should take at least one MOOC course. Based on that rule only, our university implemented this
I don't think so. Every university has been taken it like your university. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. There is a question in the back.
Dr. Devi, thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. I have few, it's not questions actually, I'm interested to know something more detail about your study. Have you found anything with regard to the duration of the MOOC? I have 3 questions, let me complete that. So with the duration of the MOOC, is there any relationship between its completion rate and duration of the MOOC course? That is my first question. And second thing is there any anything related to the content of the MOOC? Like it's a video-based MOOCs are there, and lectures, totally lecture-based. Lecture means only the.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah. So that kind of MOOCs are there. So in which things which students are more interested? And the third aspect is, I got from your answer, just now you mentioned that it is totally supply driven. Means you are giving the MOOCs and it's mandatory for the students to attend, whether they are interested or not. It's mandatory for them to take a MOOC. So is it really good? Because ideally it should be demand driven, right? So from your perspective, what's your answer? Thank you.
Yeah, so talking about the duration, when I did it, like as I mentioned, majority of my respondents were opting for 2-credit course, followed by 3, 4, and 5. But the students who had opted for 4 and 5 were negligible, I think maybe hardly 1 or 2, something like that. So I think still it was 60% had opted for 2-credit courses and some 38% for 3-credit course. But even when I did a basic T-test, I couldn't see any differences with respect to the credit of the course. There was no difference. To answer your second question, which is regard to the content, whether it was lecture-driven or the video-driven, all of them had taken video-driven courses. Yeah, and with regard to the third aspect, whether it should be supply-driven or, yeah, in an ideal situation, as I mentioned, like there's a huge relationship between the intrinsic motivation aspect of the students and to what extent they complete it. Yes, it is there. Ideally, it should come from within. But I think it's also a good thing that now, like government is also making it very popular. So there is a reason why government is spending so much of infrastructure on developing MOOC courses. And one way to make it accessible, and one way, I think it's more about a habit. This is something that has to be inculcated. Only once students start understanding the importance and the convenience of the MOOC courses, it becomes more and more natural for them to get used to the practice of attending MOOC courses. For a long period of time, we had been used to attending, I think, lecture, more direct offline sessions. So just like as we say, just for anything to become a habit, you have to keep on doing it. So I think when we make something like this mandatory, this helps the students to inculcate this particular habit and make them more attracted to the MOOC courses. I hope I answered your question. Yeah. So I think at the end of the day, it's all about your interest, whether you really like to get knowledge or not. Maybe right now they might be taking a course only for the purpose of certificate, but later, sometime down the line, MOOC is not just for somebody who is doing a UG program or PG program. You can at any point in your life. So maybe 5 years down the line, once they are doing some job, and when they really are interested in a subject and want to take a course, and if they are used to the MOOC platform, I'm sure they will, once they take any specific course of their interest out of their own choice, then I think that question will be answered. That specific concern will be addressed. Yeah, thank you.
I would like to invite the chair to give their views on this.
Good evening to all the participants, guests, and students. Actually, this was a very entertaining and informative session. At the outset, let me thank the organizers for giving us an opportunity to chair this session. And today we have very good sessions. We had totally 6 papers, and all it stresses the need for being updated. That is, now it's a time of digital education, and during this digital education, we have to be we have to go along with that. Otherwise, we will be outdated. So that's why all the papers. So this is the stage that gives us an idea about the different researches that is being carried out in different areas. So digital education that can take place in different we have many online courses, SWAYAMs are there, MOOCs are there, and so we are all familiar with these things, but in some universities, as Devi Soumya has said, there are mandatory courses, and so we have to be in touch with these type of courses, and the information that has been given during the paper presentation, I think it will be useful to all the scholars as well as students and all the participants. And here we had many interesting sessions. First of all, we had Dheeraj Kumar. He has given an program about the FET in teaching science, and in that now the students are not liking the traditional type of labs or the classrooms. Now they are in search of knowledge through online facilities. Now knowledge can be obtained in the fingertips. When we were all studying, we have to go to the library, search books and to find out the needed information. Now there are many facilities, and students also need such facilities. So that's a good thing that the students, according to their need, they can download the aspect and then they can learn the concepts very well. Then we had the presentation about the cultural sensitivity by Shruti. Then in that also, based upon the cultural context, the things we have to give, the online education should be in such a way that based upon their cultural sensitivity. Then coming to the digital infrastructure assessment, Sriram has given a good presentation. So the need for having infrastructure, and he has gone and given an analysis about the different states that are in India and how they are utilizing he has pointed out what is lacking in each different states, and that's also good information so that we can update that. Then Raji, she has given an talk on paper presentation on massive online courses accessible to the students of deaf students. So based upon their disability, the different MOOC courses can be formulated, and that can be utilized according to the needs of the disabled students. So that's also interesting, and we find very informative in that paper also. Then we had Devi Soumya has given a paper on determinants of self-regulatory learning among MOOC. So these the main determinant she has pointed out, that was a research study, and the mission, I hope that the participants also got information regarding the online facilities of education, and that will be, as we are going to be teachers, and teachers should be well versed in these areas. Otherwise, that's why we had a paper on the professional development on online things. So teachers, they have to be updated in the online courses and online technology. So technological knowledge is very important for teachers so that they can cope up with the students, because students know better than the teachers, because they will be searching many informative sites and they will be getting knowledge. So in order to catch up with them, the teachers should be in tune with that. So hope that all the papers you have got different types of information. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving us such comprehensive insights regarding today's paper presentations. I hope both of them have discussed properly. Okay, so as we are moving to the concluding remarks of this program, I would like to welcome Mr. Desmond Davis, Research Scholar, Department of Education, University of Calicut, for the vote of thanks. I apologize for the
pivotal roles in making this event a resounding success. To our esteemed chaired persons, Professor Dr. P. Usha and Professor Dr. Meera KP, former HODs, Department of Education, University of Calicut, your guidance and expertise has been the cornerstone of this seminar's success, have added immense value to this session. Your commitment to fostering an environment of intellectual exchange and critical discourse has been truly commendable. We are grateful for your dedication and the invaluable contribution you have made in steering our discussions towards greater depths of understanding. Thank you. Dear paper presenters, Dheeraj Kumar, Mansoor Ahmad Dar, Sriram Vishnu, Raji NR, Shruti S, and Dr. Devi Saumija. A big thank you to all of you for your fantastic contributions to this seminar. Your passion for research and dedication truly shone through in each presentation. Your insightful ideas and in-depth research not only made the seminar richer, but also inspired everyone present here. The variety of topics covered showcased the diverse knowledge and expertise in our academic community. Your commitment to pushing the boundaries of knowledge has made a lasting impact on all of us. Thank you once again to our chaired persons and paper presenters for your unwavering commitment to the pursuit of knowledge. Wishing you all continued success in your academic pursuits. Once again, thank you.
So, as this program has come to a conclusion, I would like to let you all know that the next program that will be conducted here from 6 to 7 p.m. is a special event, which will be a demonstration of immersive technology in training, virtual reality and metaverse. The presenters are founder and CEO of Illusia Lab, Government Cyber Park, Kozhikode. So this is a very interactive session, and I hope everyone will be here to attend the same. Along with it, the documentary that has won the NCRT award, produced by Mr. Sajeev Nadutari, the name is Diary on Blindness, will also be revealed in the same place. So thank you so much for all of your participation. Thank you.
Our main focused area is in education. educational sector. Before we are going to the main topic, let me tell few words about Illusia Lab. We are operating our function from Government Cyber Park. It is very nearby, Highlight Mall and you know well, center of Calicut city. Illusia Lab, actually our main area, virtual reality, augmented reality, artificial intelligence and metaverse. Before going to that topic, we are very happy and proudly we can say we started the world's first metaverse classroom in a government in government medical college campus at Calicut. And also additionally, very recently, we just launched India's first AI VR metaverse integrated language training lab for a Speakeasy English Academy. Last month, we got a chance to give an experience different universities, just like one of our clients, they visited our office. They want to students or those who are going abroad, they want to get an experience just like they are walking inside the universities, different universities. That is also around 35 universities. We just created an immersive experience. So before the students going into experience that university or feel that campus, they can walk around the university and they can understand, they can feel what is inside the university, just like. That is also recently we did. We completed that kind of project. So why I am saying this, all the things means we did many projects in particular of education and virtual reality connected many services in these sectors. So see, but most of them, they don't know about what is this technology and how psychological side of side. Students are not happy because they want to get experience, they want to get immersed. So this world is going to vanish by mixed reality. After a couple of years, maybe the real world, maybe the history. We all living in the unreal world. Exactly, because see, I just want to bring something into the real space, means I always wear these kinds of air glass. See, I don't want to check my mobile, where is the tea shop, where is the, some other shops, something like that, where is the road track. I don't want to take mobile and checking all this, then only I'm going. So without the mobile phone, smartphone, we can't move anywhere. We can't eat. Everything is mobile, under the mobile only now. But this is going to change by using a simple air glass. Maybe in future, air glass also will be removed by using small chip or some small lenses just in our eye pupil we can place. We can't identify if he's using air glass or something, but he know everything about us. We don't want to discuss, we don't want to chat. Everything will be understood. See, that much we are open in the social media, that much we are public, we are everything knows better than my neighbor, better than my friend. Instagram, social media platforms are known well about you. See how ChatGPT working? We only given the information. The same information they are giving to us, we have to pay for them. But the thing is very simple. We just know about the technology and don't panic about the technology. Lots of discussions are going on about the post-humanism and AI and human being, something like that. We don't want to fear about that. We believe like that. But we have to be ready to accept it, to adopt all the technologies to boost our own sector, to train students or to learn new subjects, new things. See, the world's famous furniture shop, IKEA, maybe you know. Their product we can experience into we can bring the furniture. See, I just want to purchase a chair. The normal thing is just like we can go to the website, Then we can search and okay, this product is okay for me. Then I will click on purchase. Okay, maybe they will send to my address. But thing is different. This is changed all the things. Just like we can select that product, then I can open my camera, then I can see what will happen if I am opening my camera, means just like I can see you all. Here I just want to place that chair, means that is possible. That 3D object can bring into the real space. See, if I want to purchase a watch, I can try out the watch by using camera or any air glass, just like I just mentioned. And the other thing is that I already said about maybe this real world will vanish or something just like will happen. So in that particular world, I mean unreal world, that virtual world, instead of our real character, there will be avatars. The real avatars. What we are doing, the same thing will do the avatars. So we will get exact feel. See, I read a news about a couple of years. The biggest emotion is our, most of them, not all, I'm telling, the sexual emotions. That is very important for everyone, maybe. See, Google had a census about most of the youngsters and seniors, they are searching about virtual experience, immersive experience in sex-related and porn sites, just like they are searching. It means everywhere, everything is going to change by using this technology, but unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know, our educators or trainers are not ready to accept, still not ready to accept this technology. Because they don't know well about the technology, how to use this technology. Traditional, we just, Immersive here, I know, but just using cameras, that's it, smartphone, that's it. That is the updation. But our road and some other, traveling, some other living styles, everything has been changed. But still, educational sector not accepting this technology. Why? I don't know. We are telling about the possibilities and chance and changes by using all the technologies. And even though maybe the changes is not happening, maybe it is because of the expense of the products. VR headset, it is around 40 to 45,000 rupees. But maybe it will change. And augmented reality glass also, we can reduce the rate and all things. That is the main problem nowadays we are facing, especially here in India. And some other technological acceptance, I don't know, I just already mentioned, they are not ready to accept this technology. And other thing is that just like device cost and installation and integration expense is the main problem to adopt all the things. Just like we found something like. And air glass already we mentioned, avatars, and the other thing is, see, we are going to, by using all the technologies, maybe a virtual world, a virtual space will automatically will come up. To act in that virtual space, the virtual world, we might have just like crypto or digital currencies. Avatars will be there. Blockchain technology also, integration will be there. So it means a big world to watch movies, to learn, to experience, to purchase products, to experience some places, everything, whatever you need. We are very near to the unreal world. It is going to happen only in India, but it has happened some other countries. Just they are using their meta platform they are using. They are meeting that particular place. Virtual universities also. It is very easy to create that kind of space. So, dear friends and my dear respected personalities, we don't have much more things about to say this immersive technology. I know this is little bit lengthier, my speech and other things. But I request you all to experience this all technology. We are ready and we came up with all the technologies and gadgets to experience this, whatever we said and what we learned. Okay, ma'am. I will come. Whatever we did, you will get an experience. You will get a chance to experience all things. After that, if you have any queries, anything positive or negative feedbacks, also you can discuss with her. We will maximum will try to clear your doubts. And one other thing I just want to tell you, I am not the technical person, and our technical team is with me. They also will ready to guide you. Even though we will say about the business aspect, even the educational possibilities by using all the technologies. And thank you so much for listening me. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You seem very passionate about virtual reality, augmented reality. It was a good presentation. But my only question to you is are there any risks involved in using metaverse, augmented reality, virtual reality? Is there a downside to it, is what I want to know. Have you explored that aspect?
Yeah, ma'am, that was a good question actually. There is a risk actually. We are using our own avatars inside that particular space, virtual space. So there's a chance to misuse. See how the hackers are using our identity. The same thing will happen in the meta space also, because we are with more details in the virtual space with the 3D experience. So there will be a chance, definitely. But that's why we are telling we should know about the technology. Then only we can protect ourselves. So get ready and to know about this technology and be aware. We can't escape from the technology. Otherwise, we will be out of this world. So we should know, and we are already ready to support you always. That's the only thing just I want to add you. Yes, exactly. Yes, right now. Okay. Sit.
Mr. Nofel, congratulations for this beautiful presentation. You have made us strengthen our belief that technology is far away from our thoughts. The country is in a process of making the virtual university a reality. So, have you any idea, plans to how we can make use of this technology for the virtual university concept? Because on paper it looks very nice, but unless you don't practice it, and I will suggest you also, you should with MRC, Calicut, you should make one documentary so that you will give the feeling exactly how it happens. Because after experiencing it, then we can realize the actuality of this whole technology. Till then, this is sort of a dream.
Sure, sir. Actually, we had a discussion about all the things with Damodar sir. And it is possible, which I already said about, it is possible. See, we can create just like our labs and university, all the 3D elements. Inside that 3D part, students can join into the particular class, just like you can reserve your own seat in a conference room or classroom. Then we can, teachers may be outside the country also. They can join by using VR headset. Maybe that VR headset also will just shorten, just like VR glass, AR glass. So they can see each other, they can interact. That virtual reality made possible. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You can experience our technology, then maybe you have many more questions about related to this, after experiences all the things.
Yes, sir. One question.
It's okay.
Sir, I'm from a multimedia and animation background, especially I'm a 3D modeler and texturing artist. So how to convert the 3D models into the virtual reality world? Is there any softwares to convert it?
See, actually, I'm also from the same background. I was a 3D animator, Hyderabad. And see, after creating 3D objects, we are using Unreal Engine and Unity to create virtual reality. So there is a slight process is there, just like to shorten that mesh counts and all the things. That's it.
So game engine and one more software is Unity.
Virtual reality, Unreal Engine and Unity.
Okay.
That two software we are using.
So basically we are weak in coding side. We can't program it. So
Okay.
Is there any programming?
No need to code to convert this 3D content into this particular softwares. But after integrating that 3D content into Unity or Unreal Engine, we have to code to do some actions, just like touching or grabbing or mixing audio or something. That is purely coding.
Okay. So we want to learn that also.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello. NCRT developed augmented reality app, ERF, e-Parsala app. You can use augmented reality for teaching, learning, physics, chemistry, biology through scan like a payment. Payment mode, you can scan the book, you can perform the practical through your mobiles. There is use augmented reality, the real sense.
Exactly, sir. Actually, we did the same thing for government students.
Just one more thing. If I feel more happy, then you show some examples of the augmented reality here, so we get the more informative here.
Sure, definitely we have all the things. We will show this. Oh, then let me conclude this one. Thank you all. When we are experiencing those technology, then we can discuss later. Okay. Thank you so much for listening me. Thank you.
we'll just enter into the demonstration. Before that, my name is Shabin. I'm the senior developer at Illusia Lab. So if there are any technical doubts, you can clear it with me or Nafal sir. I can help you. So we'll just start with the geography lab. It's actually for the 10th standard students, so just experience at that level, okay. What we are doing is, we are just demonstrating how the solar eclipse or lunar eclipse works. We'll just, we have made a whole environment. We are doing some, as the others are asked, we developed this in Unity. It's a game engine. Unreal is also another game engine. So we made all the 3D models, then we integrated it into the Unity, then we did some coding and all these things for the interactions. Like when we have to interact with something in the 3D space, we have to code it. So that's why we are coding it. So we coded it and then it's the final product. That's what we are doing. So when I show you a lunar eclipse or solar eclipse, it's actually done in 3D. So if you want to teach the students how a solar eclipse works, how it happens, you don't have to just tell them as you say in the normal classroom. You can just immerse them in that experience. You can just show them, because solar eclipse and lunar eclipse are not actually always occurring phenomena. It's a rare thing. So if you want them to experience it virtually, you can do that. Basic thing happening. I know you can all see me. I can't see you actually. I am in this space. That's big. Okay. I'm actually. Okay. Okay. So I'm in this space. You can see me. This is just a common area. No. So these are the things. I'll just show you the lunar eclipse. I hope you can see me. That's actually the moon. I hope you can you see a menu in front of me? Yeah, okay. Thank you. I'll just start with that. Another one. Can you see all this? Yeah, okay, thank you. I'll just start with the day and night demonstration. So this is a 24-hour clock in front of me. I hope you can see this. I have two controllers in front of me and the headset. So I can move the needle. This is actually changing the time. So it's 12 at noon here. Now I'm just changing the time, and what we are doing is just teaching a student how the day and night difference occurs. I'll come to the solar eclipse after this. So you can see I'm sorry. Can you see the moon? Yeah, okay. So thus the timer is changing. I'm continuously changing the timer. So the moon is just going up. And it's actually the sunrise time. And here the sun comes. So basically at 12 noon, the sun is above our head. This is just a basic thing. I'm just telling you to get the idea. You can experience this. I will show you how it works. Okay, sorry. I'll just talk about this VR headset and all first. This is the equipment we are using for the VR technology, virtual reality technology. So this is called the HMD, head mount device. This is actually, you can call this also the VR headset. This is from the company called Meta. You know the company. This device is named as Quest 2. You can search it if you want to buy it. It's available online. So this is the device. We also have two controllers for each hand. These controllers are used, or you can also use your own hand inside this. By hand tracking, it also works. Basically, we use the controllers. This is for taking the actions, because if you want to grab something from the scene, just pick up a bottle or something. If you want to do that, you have to perform some action by your hand. So this controller detects your action. It has some buttons on it, just like the joystick. If you have played any games, you know the joystick. So it has this, just like this game joystick. It has some buttons. So it allows you to interact with the scene. That's what's happening here. So any volunteers, just not too much talk is good. You can just start experience. Somebody please volunteer, because we don't have much time and there are only 2 devices. Yeah. You can just stand here. Can you see anything? Nothing? These are the controllers. You have to put the controllers on. Yes. Press this button here. Just push it down. And there's a stick here. You can see the clock right in front of you. No, just turn on. You can see the clock somewhere in front of you. Yeah, okay. That's the clock. So, if you want to change the time, you can just press it down and just push it. You can? No, just push it this way or this way. You can see? Yes. Okay. I think this is just for getting the idea, okay? So I will go into something better for like science students. We have actually a physics and chemistry lab set up. So we will just go with that demonstration, I think. Is that better? Yeah, okay, thank you. So let's see.
ഷെബീന ഓൺ എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് വെച്ച് പറഞ്ഞാലും മതി എന്നാ പിന്നെ.
സ്ക്രീൻ ക്ലോസ്
ഒരു 8 ആൾക്ക് പറ്റൂലേ?
അതൊക്കെ എന്തായാലും പറ്റുന്നുണ്ടാവും. നമുക്ക് 1 hour സമയമല്ലേ?
ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒരു എക്സ്പെരിമെൻറ്റ് ജസ്റ്റ് കാണിച്ചു. ഇത് വർക്കാണില്ല. ഇത് ഫുൾ ടൈം ആണ്. അപ് ടു എൻഡ് വേണം. ഇതാണ് വീഡിയോ കണക്ട്. ക്ലോസ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ കണക്ഷൻ പോയി. ഇത് കണ്ടിന്യൂസ് തന്നെ കട്ട് ചെയ്യണം.
സാവധാനം എടുക്കാൻ പറഞ്ഞോ.
Somebody please volunteer. We are waiting actually. Okay. This is actually the periodic table. I know you are all familiar with this. Okay. Anybody else? There are no takers. What we are doing here is a student can interact with the periodic table in 3D space. It's better than just seeing a picture in their textbook. So they can see the atomic structure there, the whole structure with electrons, protons. It's actually a symbolic one, but they can learn it that way. There is also the audio feedback.
അതിൻ്റെ ഓഡിയോ കിട്ടുന്നുണ്ടല്ലോ.
അപ്പോൾ ഇത് കട്ടാവില്ല. Anyway, there is also audio feedback inside the headset, so you can hear more information about, say if you are selecting cobalt, from that you can hear about its more details inside the headset. So there are auditory feedbacks and visual feedbacks, both are there. Somebody please come and experience. That's the way this works. It's actually a demonstration, so I'm just time unless you come here. Thank you. What your what you are seeing in the screen is actually a 70-degree or 45-degree of field of view. There is actually 360 view inside the headset. What you are seeing is only a 2D projection of it. So if you want to experience it in 3D in the real space, you have to come here. That's what I'm telling you. Please.
Come on. Just experience that device, that's all. You cannot do it. അല്ല ഈ കാണുന്ന from the students community, we need 3-4 students to experience this, and also from the faculties or percentages, we need 3-4. It's a kind of different experience if you feel directly from there. യെസ് 3 more. ഇത് കണ്ടുകൊണ്ട് കാര്യമില്ല, നിങ്ങൾ അത് ഫീൽ ചെയ്ത് ഡയറക്റ്റ് ഹെഡ്സെറ്റ് വെച്ചിട്ട് ഫീൽ ചെയ്താൽ മാത്രമേ നമുക്ക് അറിയാൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ വാട്ട് ഈസ് ദിസ്. That is not a glass. You can just hear the head mode. No issue. Yeah, sure. Baba. Our experience is നല്ല രസമല്ലോ.
actually audible? It's okay. Let's go then. So this is our, yeah, this is our product, not me, but our team. Yeah, we owned an AR app. So
Since science is very boring for many people, we are just changing it to something for kids. It's actually developed for kids, like 7 year, 8 years kids. So we will just run it. It will be more fun, I think. ആരുടെയും എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ഷെയർ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും രണ്ടാൾക്കാരോട് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് മതിയോ?
Zometry. Okay, sure.
Yes, Susan. Actually, Elusia is going to conclude this session within 5 or 10 minutes. Please do cooperate. No.
അതെ അതാ കുഴപ്പമില്ല.
Hello.
Hello everyone. We will conclude this session within a few minutes. Like when this queue is completed, we will conclude this session. There are only 6 more people here, so after that we have to conclude, because otherwise it will. You had to volunteer fast. You lost your chance. Okay, you had to volunteer fast when we asked you to. So now just accept it. Some of you, those have experienced this thing, please come forward and share your experience. Please. This can run parallelly, so you can just come forward. You can just share your experience, whatever language, no problem.